Hello, hello, hello. It is once again Friday. The last day of the work week, I guess you could say. Welcome, Gerald. Hope you have a good day. Welcome, Reed. Yes, Friday. Okay. The day I thought this might be done. Maybe not necessarily, but we're getting through it. We're already... we're now at the halfway point, but also the following scenes are not as complex as the previous ones. So we should be able to get through them a bit quicker. I don't think we're going to be able to finish this, you know, over the weekend, but probably in the first half of next week. And then the second half we could do a little bit more compositing and stuff, which I think yeah, should make this pretty should make this a pretty good project. Okay, so yeah, welcome Roblox. Soviet Roblox. I'm doing pretty good. Dude, it was raining like crazy today. Yeah, today I guess. There was like a weather warning about like, hey, it's gonna be raining. And then at like 7 a.m. I get woken up by rain or just water just splashing, crashing against my window. And then the worst part is we in our little in our apartment, I guess you could say, we have somebody living above us which has a like a balcony that is basically above a room, the living room of our apartment. And there's something like a little crack or something, you know, on that terrace, where if the water rises fast enough and the rain is strong enough, the water basically rises high enough to go into that crack and then through the ceiling into our house or into our apartment. So what happens is that when it's raining like hardcore, we basically have to put down like some small buckets and some just some stuff to cover up certain areas, like 3 spots basically, with towels and stuff, just so that it doesn't seep into all that stuff. So I had to, get up at like 7 a.m. and do all that stuff, and then sit there for like 50 minutes, seeing whether it gets, whether it stays that strong or not. Luckily, actually, nothing got through, but I heard like a little river of water just flowing through the ceiling, which was really weird. So it definitely got in there, but it didn't go through the ceiling, I guess. Yeah, so let's get straight into it. On today, yesterday I talked about the new techniques that I found to speed up the refining process quite a lot. Yesterday I finished 3 scenes. Sometimes I only finish 1.5. Now you were already up to 3. Yesterday we finished one on stream that I finished one before the stream, then we created one fully on stream, and then I created another one after stream. So now this one I think we're going to be able to finish on stream, and then the other scenes that are following this should be not as complex either. So yeah, we're getting through this. And today we can cover another technique that I have discovered that we can use here. That should speed this up quite a lot too. So once we get there, we can get into it. Okay. So. Yeah, so I was, in the process, I already started this morning of just cleaning this up, making it a bit more readable, removing some of the double lines to make sure that nothing is too blocked. For example, here, like the details on the gun were a bit too much. It was just like this black blob over here, so I deleted all those lines just to clean it up a bit. I just forgot what I was working on. Oh, right, these little pouches right here. You can see here they have like this. Let me go to the next frame and then, oh, actually you can see it here. See how there's like this double line? In the render, if you render this, it will just appear as like a thick line, which of course looks a bit weird. This is, I guess, pretty small, so it doesn't really matter that much. But I basically just now want to remove this inner line. I think that's going to make it look better. A bit more drawn, I guess. There you go. Just for these pockets or pouches. Pretty simple. There you go. Yeah, so you can see it here, like how it's how there are like these double lines, which are fine if you have like very, very close-ups, but I'm zoomed in quite a lot right now. If I were to render this, you wouldn't really see, yeah, this line would just kind of merge together and create like a, a thick line. So I just want to remove these and then go from there. And that might actually be the biggest thing here. The other thing that I then also want to adjust is probably like this line right here, and then remove this line, because this zigzag line is just looking kind of weird and kind of unnecessary. But then once that is done, we might actually be able to go into the refining, and then I can show you what I have in mind to speed this up. This technique might actually be the one that saves the most time, because it saves having to redraw lines over and over and over again. Like extra lines that you want to add, for example, you don't have to draw them over and over again. There's a neat little trick you can do to add them, and they follow the model automatically, which is really, really cool. Maybe you can already kind of guess what it is, but we'll get there when this is done. Yeah, so I was a bit scared, I guess, that I was going to be very tired today, because I got woken up early, but I got back to sleep, and I think I got enough sleep that I don't need to, get like a midday nap or whatever. I think it's gonna be fine. I want to get through these scenes as fast as possible, and sleepiness would be exactly what I don't need in that moment. But I think we should be fine. Okay, there you go. Just these kind of double lines. They're pretty small. If we now to render these, for example, when it's already a bit closer, you might be able to see it a bit better. See how this just turns into this black block, basically. And then if we remove this extra line at least, it should be a bit more clear. You could maybe remove a bit more, but I kind of want to keep everything that kind of defines the structure of this. So even just by removing this line, it might help give it a bit more room. You can see here now it makes it a bit clearer. Before, the black line covered this bit, but now we can see what it actually is supposed to be. And then we do that here too. There you go. Not too bad. The one thing that I notice here is that it's kind of intersecting, but I feel like that's fine. Maybe I'll fix that, maybe not, we'll see. I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided. I'm tending to say no, but we'll see. First, the pouches. Like here, you could also argue to remove this line, but it's kind of, I don't, you know, it's not really that necessary, I guess. I'll do it, why not? Makes it a bit clearer. Oops, bit too much. Yeah, and just, you know, once again, getting back to the cleanup. Luckily, these, this is a fairly short animation and there are not that many frames to clean up, so it shouldn't take super long. The biggest, I think now at this point, when after I figure out some of these tricks, what takes the longest now is actually just doing the shadows. Of course, we also have a trick for that now, to use the interpolation tool to make that a bit easier. But that doesn't really work for like big movements, like this scene, for example. So unfortunately, I couldn't reuse it here. But, you know, in other scenes, it's a bit easier to use, especially in like slower scenes, which are usually a bit harder to create like the smoothness that you want to achieve. But, you know, in this case, we don't need smoothness. We need, I guess, multiple different shadows, basically, because it's all different poses, which makes it a bit harder, but it's fine. If it's a bit more different, the poses, then you can also be a bit less caring about the continuity, I guess, of the shadows, which makes it also a bit easier. So there's like this give and take between slow scenes and fast scenes. We're already halfway there with these lines. I think for this one I also decided to just select one thing to change or to adjust and then do that for every frame. I think for this instance it's easier because if I were to just do a lot of changes on one frame, go to the next one and try to remember all the changes I've done there, it's a bit easier, the chance is a bit higher for there to be like flickering lines, for example, because sometimes I remember them, sometimes I don't. If I just do like one line at a time for each frame, it's a bit easier to get it right. So that's why, you know, I do it this way. You can see here, for example, here the line is long, here the line is shorter. I guess I could keep it a bit longer, why not? Like this maybe, is that right? Yeah, that's fine. There you go. Yeah, just kind of cleaning up the main things here and there. Nothing too crazy. The good thing is this pose also hides quite a lot of the very detailed stuff, so it's a bit easier to refine this. It's also quite a crazy pose, meaning we can be a bit more lenient, I guess, since, you know, if the pose is so wild, you kind of excuse more of the other parts too. There we go. Looking good. This line is quite close, but it might not even be visible in the render, but just to make sure that it's not creating some weird extra thickness, I'm just removing it. Just to make sure. That's also another thing that I, you know, kind of decided to do more. Render the image to see which areas might be a bit too thick and which needs to be adjusted or not. And have like this instant feedback, since, you know, the settings for these lines in the viewport are that they get thinner as you zoom in, which is nice to clean them up because then you can actually see where the lines, you know, where the separate lines are. but it also makes it harder to know exactly what they will look like in the final result. So doing it this way allows you, and rendering it basically, allows you to immediately have like this, reference as to, what the lines will actually look like. And whether what you're currently working on actually makes a difference or not, or whether you're just wasting your time. You know, the good part about a lot of rain is that it's a bit colder today, which is nice. A bit cooler. Yesterday it was quite warm. So a day that is a bit colder. Maybe even now, it starts cooling down. Might be nice. The summer's over. When does summertime end again? Isn't it in like October? Summertime end. Sunday, October 27th. Interesting. That's quite late, I feel like. When does the winter time end? March, okay. Okay, interesting. I guess so. October to December is like no, not even 3 more months, and then March is also 3. I guess that kind of works. Seems a bit opposite, but maybe my math is just wrong. Which is the next one? Do we get an hour or do we... No, we go back an hour, right? Hold on. Winter... Oh. It will go... Wintertime, it goes backwards, so we gain a year, an hour. Nice. Looking forward to that. Probably just, sleeping for an hour longer, basically. Unfortunately, it's always overnight, right? So you can't really gain any time from that. I guess you could... I actually wonder if, like, for example, the clock in my phone actually goes back an hour too. Probably not. It's just, well, it does go an hour back. Then that means that it rings an hour later. But maybe you could set it for that one day to be an hour earlier, so you sleep the same amount and can use that hour for something else. When will the anime finish? The anime will probably be done early next week, but the video will not be done at that point. So you won't be able to see it at the beginning of next week. The full finished thing. Because I'm gonna do the sound design and stuff at the end of the video, when I edit the video. Okay, I put on laid back rock. I don't know if I if I like this music. I might want to switch back to something else. It's a bit too, I don't know, a bit too energetic, I guess. Not really my vibe right now. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Let's try something else. What else do we have here? You know what we didn't have for quite a while? Jazz. How about happy jazz? Or maybe peaceful jazz. Oh, that sounds nice. Okay. Sounds like a night lullaby, but it's fine. Doesn't really sound like jazz, but it's, you know, maybe the next song's better. I don't want to fall asleep. I need to be locked in while removing these lines. Okay, gotta go to the door real quick. I'll be back in a sec. Okay. Back. Not for us, obviously. Welcome, Connect Zone. Hope you had a good day. So far. I hit my elbow while sitting down. Not the best decision. Okay. Back to this. Only a few left. And then the armpit squiggles. Oh, this is nice. Sounds like a... It sounds like a... You know when you call like a... some business and they're like, please wait. We'll be there with you in just a second. One of our support staff will be there in just a second. And then 50 minutes later. Unfortunately, there's no support staff available. Please call back later. Okay, that's good. Now this time we also only have 3 left, which should speed this up a bit. Wait, what did I just do? Oh. There you go. Or like a sitcom outro music, that's what it is. Maybe a little bit too chill. Could be like the last episode where all the characters, you know, came together and then reminisced on what they experienced. Electricity gone from morning, it was so hot. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, luckily it was raining throughout the night for us. So it's a bit colder today, which is nice. It's cooler. I miss some colder winds. But maybe now the warm winds are gone. Maybe they've cooled down. I would appreciate that. Wait, hold on. I can maybe even do multi thingy. I can... Well, maybe. Yes, I can. I can adjust multiple frames at the same time. Time save once again. Actually, not that many, but at least 2 at a time. Twice as fast. Wait, well, now it doesn't work. I guess I can do 2. No, that's also weird. It's kind of hard to see. There's like a way to adjust multiple keyframes at the same time. But the problem is, you know, they all show up, right, in your viewport, so you can adjust them. So if they move too much, you just have like this this collection of thousands of lines where you don't know which one's which and from which frame. So if it's kind of a still frame, right, and there's like a mistake, for example, on every frame, you can use it pretty well to fix, you know, that issue or those issues. But unfortunately, it's a bit harder to use when there's a lot of movement. There should be like there should be a uninterpolate tool where it just tries to find the same line in the next shot, in the next keyframe, and then just deletes that. There you go. A few more. Not too much. No keyframes. What are you talking about? Oh, yes. Boom. Good. Okay. Okay, I feel like that's kind of the theme of this. Sitcom ending music. I'm not against it. It's a bit better than the laid-back rock songs that we had before. They were maybe a bit too, I don't know, just a bit too weird for me. This is a bit better. Might be a bit more sleep-inducing, but I feel like that's better background music. The other might be better foreground music, I guess. But this side seems a bit better for a stream. Oh, good. And then here. Ta-da. Good. Looking pretty good. Oops. Why can I not move? It's here. Ah, there you go. It actually doesn't really sound like jazz at all. I don't know, maybe I just don't know exactly what jazz is, what it means or what's part of it, but this doesn't really sound like jazz. I guess the instruments are still the same. But I always imagine jazz to be like groovy and, I don't know, like a bit faster. But I guess if you go into the direction of, what did I choose? Oh, peaceful jazz might be a bit different. Maybe we'll switch it up later if the songs are basically always the same. Oh, yeah. There are enough. Sometimes you want to go into a direction, but there aren't really any songs for that available, or like 10. Of course, that isn't enough for multiple hours, unfortunately. So those categories can't work at all. But you know, this category, peaceful jazz, is quite filled. So we don't have to worry that there's not enough of it. You know what this sounds like? This is the perfect song for the last day that we work on this animation. It's because, you know, this ending, reaching the end. With my prediction skills, I'm probably gonna play it every day next week, just because I just can't predict how long anything takes. Jesus, don't hit the line. I never knew that there's a maximum zoom in for the viewport. It's interesting. This is the maximum that I can do. If I zoom in more, it doesn't do anything. which should also maybe tell me that I'm already too close. Excuse me. But you know what? I've committed to this, so I will continue it. There you go. Okay, I think that's the last frame here. The other two are a bit different, so I need to touch them afterwards. Okay, so now the last thing that I want to basically remove are these lines here for the armpit. They're like the biggest ones, the biggest weird ones, because they just don't fit at all. The other ones can be janky sometimes, but they're not as egregiously weird like these ones, right? So I just want to basically remove this one completely. Because who would ever draw anything like that in that area? Just get rid of it. There you go. That's already much better. What is this? Who knows? Yeah, other stuff you can fix, but that is just kind of unnecessary. This is also kind of weird. I don't even know what that is. Oops. There you go. This also, you know, isn't... It feels a bit better working like this, since you feel the progression a bit more, compared to working on one for a long time, and the next one, and then the next one. If you do one change each frame, it feels a bit faster. It might not be faster, but it feels like it. Which also is nice. You trick yourself into feeling like you work faster. Sometimes it's all about tricking yourself. And if you do it to yourself, there's nobody that can complain about it. And then we are almost already done with that. Just a few more. And then, yeah, there you go. Last one. This one was much faster, of course, since it's only one line. And I feel like that's mainly it. Let me go back to here, maybe, or here, where it's still further away, and see if there's any egregious things. But I feel like this is pretty good. Nothing too big going on. So now I want to do the... Actually, do I want to... I could adjust these lines a bit. But I feel like I want to do the... Do I want to do that? Yeah, why not? But maybe this line too. It looks kind of weird. I like the other one, but not that one. Here it's fine. Actually, no, I'm going to remove it. I will remove it. It looks weird. This one right here. Get rid of it. It looks kind of like... It makes it look like some weird fold. And I don't want it to be that way. So that looks better. Oh, foot. Okay, that's good. I feel like that's... Oh, there's a bit more. Actually, that could probably... No, I'm going to remove it. I will remove it. Get out of here. Oh, it's a line. Well, no, it's not. Okay, weird. That one line is just a manual line? Interesting. Yeah, this... Oh, that's a lot. Just getting rid of this should make it a bit better. There you go. It still looks a bit janky, but it's fine. Yeah, that's good. That is good. I wonder how Deadpool got the name Deadpool. I wonder if I mean, yeah. I mean, it's kind of similar to a lot of characters, right? Wolverine. He has claws, but like, why Wolverine? It's just basically just like, what would our superhero be named? There's this animal. Let's just call him exactly that. It's not like Wolverinus or like Wolverine Man or whatever, like Spider-Man. It is just Wolverine. Not even like any, I don't know, any creativity. It's just, hey, Wolverine. Deadpool. It's a bit more creative, I guess. It's not just undead man. Undeadus. So it's a bit more creative. Why not dead puddle, right? But Deadpool. Yeah, here, for example, you have like multiple layers of stuff that we don't really need. So I think I'm actually going to remove this line. Otherwise, it's just going to be like this black nothingness. And I want to avoid that as much as I can. So let's just get rid of all this. And then here. Okay, that, you know what? I'm going to remove that too. Just for clarity's sake. There you go. Then this side is pretty fine, I think. Maybe this. The last two frames are very different than the other ones. So I can't just do the same that we've done before here too. But I don't see any huge things here anymore. On the right side it looks much more cleaned up. And then, oh, this maybe. Just looking for some double lines that don't really need to be there. There you go. And then here for this, you can see like these details on the gun. You will never see them. They just create blank bars. So why don't we remove them? I wonder if there's like a way to determine with grease pencil with... When I want to say geometry nodes, I say grease pencil. When I say grease pencil, I say geometry nodes. With geometry nodes to determine when something is too far away, that it's just supposed to be not there. I wonder, does that work? Hold on. Geometry nodes remove by distance. I think it works, you can do that, but I would have to look more into it. So you could theoretically remove lines if they're too far away. Selected lines, like details, right? That could be an interesting optimization for this. Maybe I'll look into that at some point. Or I guess you could also just do that manually, where you create like a masks for certain lines, certain line collections, I guess. But some of these lines that I've removed here, for example, were also not just lines that I've added in the same way as I've added others. So you couldn't really do that for all of them, but maybe, you know, maybe it could work for some of them. Like some of them are just like silhouette lines that I've removed here. And you couldn't really remove silhouette lines because they would just still be there. What time is it in your country? It is 12:44. Dead Lake and Dog Verine, exactly. Why not that? Doesn't sound bad. Dead Lake. Dead Pond. Arachnoid person instead of Spider-Man. Sounds pretty good. Arachnoman. Or I guess Steel Man would still be kind of cool, but Iron Man sounds better, of course. I guess Steel and Iron is something different too. Metal Man, there you go. Thor, I guess just a name. Nothing to change there. What else do we have? Hawkeye, Bird Eye, Eagle Eye. Ooh. Ant-Man. I mean, that's the boring in itself, so I guess there's nothing to salvage that one. Boring man, I guess you could call him. Okay, and then last frame. What is this? What is this circle? Who knows? Yeah, for example, these lines would look really, really nice from a more close-up shot from the side. But unfortunately, if you look from this angle, it's just kind of stacking those lines together. So, you know, removing them just makes it look, you know, better and a bit cleaner. Of course, you also wouldn't draw like 50 lines on top of each other if you were to draw this manually. So you don't want to have that here as well. There you go, and then this one can probably also be simplified. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. And this side, of course, too. I don't even know what some of these things are. They just look a bit weird. So why don't we just remove them? Boom. Let's see which edges are kind of, you know, part of the silhouette. I maybe don't want to remove those, but the others are fine. Especially the details on the gun need to go because it's just so far away. Like this one. What is this? Maybe this line too. Maybe only to there. I feel like that makes sense. And then this one too. Okay, good. Maybe, yeah, this one can also go. As long as you still see the shape of a gun, it's fine. Doesn't need to show you the exact structure of it. So that's fine. And then this one, maybe too. Oh, we have a double line here too. Hello. Like you can hear the cars outside again, so I might have to close the window. Leave out the fresh air. for your improved viewing experience. It reminds me of school back in the day with closed windows. Everybody yawning and then the teacher opening the windows to make it to refresh the air. I still don't know if that's true or not. I would guess so. I feel like we still don't know exactly, if I remember, what yawning is for. I think it is to just get a little bit more air, like to refresh your air, the air in your body quicker. But I might be wrong. Okay, that looks pretty nice. Over here looks pretty good. This is a bit close together, but it's fine. I feel like it's as cleaned up as it can be. The rest is just it either is part of something that can't be removed, or yeah, it's creating a structure that I want to keep. There you go. So now I want to adjust smooth probably this bit here because it looks weird, and then we might be done with the cleanup, and then we can do some tricks, some nifty tricks. I feel like this looks really weird. Let's now adjust that. Just searched and found that he was undergoing experimentation and torture and was forced to participate. Who will die next with prisoners? That game they named was okay, interesting. 12:44 a.m. not p.m. Welcome to the nation. Had to fix T-pose and put in extra shoulder bones. Nice. I guess not really nice because you had to fix something, but I guess it's better now than before. Also, why is my camera so dark? Let me fix that real quick. I think I'm leaned back a bit more in my chair right now, but I can fix that. Hold on. Configure video. Brightness. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, what? That's a bit too bright, I guess. What about the... Oh, I could bump up the brightness. And the contrast too. Is that better? I don't even know if you can see any changes already. Oh, I think you can. It's a bit lighter now, which is a bit annoying, but I can bump up the saturation slightly too. Okay. Sharpness. Whoop. That didn't do anything. Okay. I feel like that's better. Apply. Okay. I am more visible now. Hold on. Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. No, it looks weird. Let me adjust it again. Wait, where are the... Oh, here. Ah, that's what I want to adjust. Now my hair is almost gray. Too much gamma. But I can bump up the saturation, that might help. Ooh, I'm getting more orange. I feel like that's the best I can do with this camera. It's fine. There you go. Bit brighter. Bit more desaturated, but it's fine. Never ever sit near the fan switches in the classroom. Why? Just because you want to press them all the time? Okay. Here he's not visible. Here he is. So this one's the first one we need to adjust. Is it in? Oh, it's kind of a mix between the two. That's annoying. Do we need them even here? I feel like I'm just gonna draw new ones. Ooh. What is this? Are we in a agent movie? Yeah, this looks kind of weird. I need to adjust it. Okay. Like that's better. Oh, I shouldn't do that. Actually, should I? No. Wait. How do I do that now? You know what? I'm gonna set up the 3D cursor now for overpainting. Okay, so the problem here is that the shoe is so close to the camera that it's hard to find an overpainting like part that is not getting covered by the shoe, but I feel like this should work. There's like slight clipping for the camera, but hopefully that doesn't affect this distance. Let's see if I can still draw now. What do we need? Nothing. Oh, the line art. And then layer line art. Let's see if we can still draw or if it's hidden. It is not hidden. Nice. Oh, it is very small though. What about this? That's good. Watching your video about new hair system in Blender, they're really helpful. Thank you for making them. No problem. I appreciate it. I actually haven't checked. I feel like nobody has really made a good video about the new hair curve system. Maybe I just haven't checked for a long time. But the one thing that people always kind of avoid to talk about is the actual way to create hair. Like not to just add hair and stuff, like how the tools work, but how hair works. People just don't talk about that. Or maybe I just haven't seen it. That's probably the more likely thing that is happening. Yeah, in fact, that's better. Still looks a bit weird, but I think it's better than before. Maybe I should start from the furthest in, and then go outwards. That might make it a bit easier to see what it would look like here earlier. Yeah, I feel like that's better. Like this looks weird. It would follow the right muscle structure, but it doesn't look that great. So maybe, oops. Maybe this is better. I don't know about this. How would that look like? It's not really not really a perspective you often see. Maybe it's gonna be. I need to look for some references. Welcome, Maze, whatever. Hope you have a good day. Oh. I have a different idea. What about like this? I feel like that makes more sense than having two lines there. And maybe one line could be like this. Yeah, that looks better. Yeah, exactly. I feel like, yeah, that's better. Oops, that's a lot of movement. That's pretty good. Yeah, I think that's gonna work better than at least the lines that were there before. I feel like I'm just gonna remove these lines first and then draw new ones rather than drawing them first over these lines. That makes it easier, I think. There you go. Perfect. Looks flat. He's not supposed to have like the biggest cake, okay? So it's not like he's supposed to have, you know, like this is fine. It's he's wearing pants, right? Even if you look at his body or like him in the movie. Oops. Here. It's kind of hard to see. Here. Does that look juicy to you? No, it's not, right? It's pants, so they're making them... Obviously, they're making everything a bit flatter. Same here. There you go. It's not like the controller, right? This is a bit more juicy, I guess. So Wolverine has maybe a bit more cake. You can see it here. But it's not like Deadpool has that. Yeah. So this is fine. The cake stays in the bakery, okay? We don't need it here. For Wolverine, that's a different discussion, but for him, he goes for length, right? Not width and volume. Wolverine goes for height, no, width and volume, okay? Different designs. Okay. Oops. Get rid of these. And then, oh, a few more. Actually, I think this one's already gone. Nice. I think there's a bit more here too. This line, of course, doesn't need to be here anymore because at some point it is covered by the leg. This one. It's funny how it just falls into place. Boop, and then doop. Okay. Line art, gone. Never mind. Oh, I just removed. Gone. Good. Trying to scribble it. What do you mean? Scribble. Welcome, Cavity. Hope you have a good day. Okay. After this, we also have, I think we see his backside once more after this. Right here. So this also needs to be adjusted. So that's fine. Just 2 more frames after the beginning, which is completely fine. Yeah, I feel like these lines are fine. And then, yeah, let's just start where I already made a keyframe. And then go from there. So here we have nothing. That's fine. This one exists. This one exists too. Good. Maybe I should make this a bit shorter. Like this. Yeah, that fits better. Okay. I guess you could also... What if you add another one? That doesn't really do much. That's not bad, actually. It looks kind of weird. Maybe this? No. Extending it? That's also weird. No, that's fine. Maybe actually one that is here? No. Nope. It'll stay like this. Okay. This one could maybe be a bit different. I think this one needs to be a bit more over here. And then this needs to be like this rather. It's a bit harder now since it's so rotated, and just moving it further over here makes this leg just look insanely long. Let me try this again. It looks kind of weird. No. Yeah, that looks weird. I think that's pretty good. Kind of hard, but sort of not an angle that you see often. This is kind of stretched all the way, so I don't even know if you have anything here. Maybe like this. That looks weird. Ooh. I feel like there should be something here, but I don't know what. Maybe up here. What if it's like this? I don't know. I feel like that helps. Maybe it should be here too. Like this. Yeah, I feel like that helps just a little bit. I guess I can, yeah, whatever. Does that fit? Yeah, why not? Need some reference, yeah. I guess I have some reference, but not really that great reference. Real life reference doesn't work as well, unfortunately, because it's kind of like interpretive lines that I'm trying to find. So maybe I'll just do it like this. Do it on my own. I feel like that's pretty good. Yeah. And then one more. Ta-da! Perfect. Maybe I should add those double lines here too. Okay. So, that should be those. Now, oh, right. Hold on. We almost forgot about this one. Aha. There you go. Almost. This line looks a bit weird. That's pretty good. Okay. Maybe one here? No, that looks weird. Looks like a like the symbol when somebody is like pissed off like this. Oh, this one I didn't even delete. Okay, get rid of this, and then we have a nice base to work with. What do we need? Yes, this. Okay. I joined when you were talking about Deadpool and Wolverine's cake. Perfect time to join. How many scenes are you missing right now? We're on 16, and the last one is scene 32. Welcome, Piyush. Hope you have a good day. I'm doing pretty good. Are you planning on to add some impact frames? Yes, I'm gonna do that at the end. Once the main scenes are refined, I can then add some in between to spice it up. Okay, that should be pretty good. So, okay, let me show you the trick, okay? The trick that I was talking about. So you can see, right, he's sliding, and then we can see his foot, his boot, especially his shoe, I guess, coming very, very close to the camera. Let me show you a trick that we can use to automate some of these lines. So theoretically, right, for this, I would have to, for each frame, I want to add like this, the profile under his boots, right? Like the, you know, the different ridges and stuff. The pattern, I guess. I would have to draw that pattern for each frame of this animation here, right? Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. But there's a way to do that automatically. So let me show you how we can do that. I'm probably going to use this as the main one. And then let's see. So you know, some of these lines are separated. So, you know, we already have line art here. One layer of these line arts has been automatically generated, which is this layer right here. The one's basically around the silhouette of the model, and when there's like, yeah, basically the silhouette or like the contours of the model. And then the other one I've added manually by basically putting in loose edges on top of the character and rigging it with the character, so that his arm, for example, or like the distinction here between gray and red or black and red has a line on it. I guess here it's a bit offset. That is another issue, but it is supposed to be like on that intersection. So we can use the same method for his shoe, for example, to add some even more extra lines that we, you know, want to use here in this scene. Basically what I want to do is I want to grab a simple plane like this one. Look at this plane, really, really nice. And all we really need now is one edge. Boom, okay. And then we can basically use the snapping tool to snap it onto his foot, like this. Making sure that we increase the subdivision level so that it has a bit more, you know, resolution basically. And then we can basically use this just like how we did it before for the other extra lines. And yeah, basically turn these into line art once they are laid out. And then the line art will follow the foot and automatically generate, which saves, of course, a ton of time. Rather than me having to draw them all manually, it will happen automatically. I don't know why it's so laggy right now, but it's fine. I think I also want to... Do I want to increase this to 2? Not really, it doesn't really change much. So I just want to follow this edge here, because this edge isn't really discovered or like used in the automatic line art, unfortunately. So I want to bring it back, and I will do that with this extra line. I can show you what it looks like. Let me actually show you. So if you go to camera view here, you can see nothing has changed yet, obviously. But now what we can do is we can add a new collection. Call it extra lines. You don't see the collection, but that's fine. I'm gonna move that in there. Boom. Okay. Then we add a new, oops. I just opened all collection in my outliner. Hold on. Okay. So we add a line art. No, we add a grease pencil collection line art object, right? Boom. You can see it already detects it, but it also detects a bit more. So let's go into these settings first of all. The first thing we want to do is make sure that it's set to, in the object settings, set it to in front. Otherwise, for example, if the line is behind Deadpool, for example, or in Deadpool's shoe rather than over it or in front of it, it will not be visible. So we want to make it set, we want to set it to in front. Then also, of course, we have some modifier settings here. First of all, the line thickness should be 3. And the stroke thickness should be set to screen space. Okay. Now, the only thing we need to change to make this fully done, fully finish this, is set the edge types that are supposed to be detected. Unselect everything except for loose. And now, these edges are being detected as extra line art. So now we can basically just lay them out. Why is the line art in here? I guess that works. No, it doesn't work. Yeah, so I'm basically now just laying this out. This extra edge right here. The more I do this, of course, the more the line art. You can see it even in down below. You can see it here. If I extend this, how it adds the line art. Obviously, right now it's not fully visible because it's kind of going into the shoe, but we can fix that in a second. I just want to lay it out first, and then we can optimize it. So this is one way we can add lines, and this is how we're going to add the profile to the shoe. And then what we can do is just parent this to the foot bone, and it should perfectly follow all the way through the animation. Go all the way to the end. There you go. And then we can move it out a bit. Just, you know, outwards. Move it out. Just a tiny bit so that it's above the shoe, like this. You could also use the shrink wrap modifier, but since it's right on an edge, it can be a bit, you know, jittery. So I would rather just do it manually, like this. There you go, and then you can see the line is perfectly being detected. Ta-da! You get real-time feedback as well, where the line isn't there yet. And then we get this. There you go, and now we have this line there. And then if we, you know, theoretically, I guess in real life too, we can now, you know, with this selected, also select the rig here, go into pose mode, select the, I think this is fine, this bone right here, control, is it this bone? Yes, control P, set parent to bone, and now this should perfectly follow the movement. See how it now follows this, and you know, rather than having to draw this line every time by myself, it is now being auto-generated in this new line art modifier. Now I just continue doing this for the rest of the profile of the shoe, and then there's only one more thing I need to do. See how at the end here, how it how the shoe isn't bent anymore. So there I would have to just add a shape key to fix that for these frames, and then that should be fine. My brother just asked me why I'm looking at somebody animating 3D ass. I mean, ask him why he isn't watching. Oh. Oh, that's the wrong one. This one. I actually probably want to go and not use this as the main frame where I model it. Probably the one where the foot is actually straight, because you can see more of the foot's edge. Actually, is that fine? Nah, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. It is fine. Okay. So, now we can do the same for the rest of the shoes profile. What kind of profile do shoes usually have? Running shoe profile. Oh, I should probably say, is that the sole underneath? Yes. So this might be a bit too, I like these ones, these straighter lines. I thought about just using pretty simple, like straight horizontal lines. I feel like that would work here the best. I don't want to go too deep into stuff like this. That would be kind of weird. So I think I'm just gonna go with like pretty straight lines like this. But these ones are maybe a bit too big. I think so. Yeah, I think so. Something fairly simple. I'm probably gonna actually duplicate this model, or the edges, because for the flat part of the shoe we can actually use a different technique, a slightly different technique, to keep it over the ground, I guess, which might not work as well. Yeah, whatever. We'll fix it. Okay. Okay. So these lines, we can also bring them onto the shoe, and then we can keep them above the surface by basically using a shrink wrap modifier. I think this is also still, is it still parented? Yes, good. Wait, is it? Yes, okay. So I want to use a shrink wrap modifier, and then I can say nearest surface point, that's fine. Snap mode, above surface, target the sole. And now I can say the offset, so I can push it above the sole, so 0.001 for example. Oh. Perhaps you forgot a comma. Okay. 0.001. There you go. Oh, is it going inside? No. Is it? I don't know. It's hard to see. I guess that's just a small number. See, now it's above the surface. Maybe a bit too far. I want to keep it as close as I can without it going into it. So maybe let's go divided by 2. That's pretty good. Maybe one more divided by 2. Just to have like the slightest of offset to make sure that it's always staying above the surface. And now I can just go in here and create the lines. Probably also gonna just do this. Ta-da! Okay, and then I can select this, subdivide. Oh. Twice. Oh, maybe 3 times. There you go. And push it above the surface too. And we get this line. I don't know why this is kind of weird. What is happening here? It looks like it's kind of misformed. Interesting. I guess I'll just move an edge over there. There you go. And then do the same on this side. Oh, A little bit more. Good. Nope, still there. Why is there this little edge? I guess I can just make the offset a bit bigger to make sure that it's above. There you go. And then align, grab the edge and just move it. Move it, scale it, and snap it. I feel like that's gonna look decent. Yeah. Of course, right now with only 2 lines, it looks a bit weird. But if you add more, we should create something pretty nice. And this way, we only have to do it once, and the rest gets created automatically. I think I don't have to explain why that is much faster. Especially in other scenes where you have much more wild movement, or even subtle movement, where the lines are pretty much the same in every frame. But if you have to redraw them every time, right, you need to not only make sure that they're in the right position, they have roughly the same shape. And all of that, which could mean that you have to redraw it multiple times. With this, you don't. Ta-da! You know what I just noticed? It might have rained, so that today is colder. But it's also more damp, which is maybe not the best combination, but you know what? It's fine. Maybe the profile is a bit too much. What if I delete these? No, let's delete this one. I feel like the distance should be longer. Like this. I feel like that's better. Maybe a double line, that could also work. Let's see what that would look like. Let's experiment a bit. So what if I, for example, move this over here? Bigger gap, but then double line, like this. And then here the same. Oh, that's a bit... I think that looks better, but I need to space them out better. You can see they're overlapping there. Although they're not going to overlap if I render this. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, like this. I feel like that's pretty good. I just need to do that a few times, and then we have something pretty nice. I'm gonna of course make sure that they're also going all the way to the edge when I get there. But right now I'm just gonna try to focus on the lines themselves, the placement. Okay. There you go. Especially for some of the earlier scenes, and especially if you want to add a lot of detail to a scene. I can show you one where it really helped. It is really, really useful. Let me show you one. So for this scene, for example, if only I remember which one it was, the next one, 11, you can see it here. Especially for Wolf, like he was just like standing, like he didn't move at all in this shot, right? But Wolverine did move, especially like the hair, for example, on his beard, right? I added with these edges. Same with these lines right here, with these lines, with all these extra lines. I've all added them with these edges, and that really helped. Something else that I haven't used yet in any other shot is what I've done here. For his hand, for example, I basically just drew one frame, you know, that you see right here, and then I parented that frame to his actual hand, so that it moves, you know, sideways like this. There's no huge like perspective change or whatever. So, you know, you could basically just parent it to the main hand, and it looks like, you know, his actual hand. So there, for example, like, I was able to save a lot of time as well. And this is also how I was able to do this one fairly quickly, because these edges allow me to add these small details like this and this and this and this and this, and the beard, for example, very quickly, without having to redraw them every frame. Very, very, very useful. I did it, you know, in the beginning to create the actual characters, but then I just forgot about it, I guess, and, you know, decided to just draw them all manually. Maybe not the best decision, but I'm glad that I remembered. I rediscovered the forbidden old arts of my past. And then a few more, and then we should have all of them. We also need to go into the floor, into the part of the shoe that is in the floor, just because it's going to be visible later when it's this, when the foot is straight. So we actually need to have at least some lines there that we can then shift around. Unfortunately, you know, you could theoretically, oh, this could work too. Hold on. We might not even have to parent it to the bone, especially for these edges. It might be easier to do a different technique. Why is it moving so fast? Oh, hello. What is happening? The edge is going crazy. I feel like there's something in the way, but I don't know what it is. Let's try that again. What is this? Hello? Okay. Let me show you what I have in mind once I'm done with this. There might be a technique that we can use here that doesn't require us. Why is the line... Oh, there it is. See, that looks pretty good. I like that. If we render this, we can see it even better. What it looks like in the final version. See, like this. I feel like that's pretty good. Looks better than nothing, at least. And then we need one more line probably, or two. How do I do this? I'm gonna remove the ground for a second. Okay. One more probably, and then we have all of them. And then I can show you my secret hidden technique, the lost forgotten arts that I have just rediscovered. The ancient texts have foretold. Oh, it's once again glitched out. I hate it. Okay, so once these edges are in line, that should be fine here. I don't know if I don't think I need another one. This should be enough. Okay, like this, right? Then let's see if this works. So right now, of course, this is bent because of how the bones are bent. But now what we can do, theoretically, okay, I don't know if this is going to work. We first of all need to unparent this again. Clear parent and keep transformation. And then we use something else. First of all, we use an armature modifier. So we're actually going to fully parent this to the armature. Put it up here. Which, of course, this one. And then I think we need to tick preserve volume. But before that, we need one more modifier before that. Which is the data transfer modifier. Put that in front of the armature modifier. Select the soul. Okay. Select the soul. And then say vertex data, vertex group, nearest face interpolated. Okay. And then we say generate data layers. Never mind. That doesn't work. I forgot about that. That doesn't work. It could work. But no. It could work, but I would have to redo it again. Which shouldn't be that bad, I guess. I would like to avoid that though. Yeah. I would like to avoid that, so I guess we're not going to do it this way. Nope, we're not doing it this way. Okay, never mind. We'll do it differently, but it's fine. Okay, I'll just parent it again to the bone. Yes. Okay, good. Save that. Good, so these frames are already done basically. Where he's sliding like this, right? Look pretty good. What is this? What is this line doing there? I don't even know what that... Oh, right, the ground is gone, that's why. Okay, yeah, there you go. You can see the line down there in the ground, but that's fine, we can just remove it. Okay. So this is fine. And then once it is actually moving forward, like here, right? We need to adjust it a bit. We want to create a shape key for the last few frames where it's bending backwards. So here, shape key 1 and 2. This one is key 1, that's fine. Set it to 1. And then we... Oh. Hello. Oh. There you go. Basically just bring it back out. Like this. And the same here. So that is one keyframe. That should fix this one. See if I now turn this back. This is what it would look like before. This is what it looks like after. And that should make it, you know, visible. And then we need another keyframe. I guess it's starting from the base. Keyframe 2. This one can go to 0 again. I guess I could also... Whatever. This one. This one, of course, is fully straight. So we need to straighten these two. So set it to 1. Go in here. Oh. Maybe we should... This might be a bit more complex, but it's fine. Like this. Looking pretty good. The other two. Make it straight first. Rotate it. And then bring it into place. Here somewhere. That's fine. And then one more. This one. line it up, snap it, and put it perfectly in there. There you go, looks pretty good. So, oops, what is this? What happened there? Okay. That is the second keyframe, which still should look fine. You can see it here. Looks pretty good. And then once we've done that for the outer edge, we should have a nice automatically generated edge for the shoe, or extra lines. Okay, now it's getting a bit warmer. Let me put on the fan. Oh, that's nice. Okay, so yeah, once we've figured out this edge as well, everything should be done. So here, this one is slightly bent, the first one, shape key 1. I thought about adding more lines like these somewhere. Maybe I'll do that, but maybe I'll actually just leave it there. Maybe there are some more lines that I would like to add. I haven't really looked at it too much yet. I probably kind of need the ground for this. Okay, so bring it down here. There you go. And bring them back out so they're above the surface. Perfect. So this is the first different keyframe, of course. And then, is that fine? There's a bit more. Bring this a bit further out. Yes, that's better. Okay. And then one more. This edge is a bit weird. Let me fix that. Okay. And then one more. This one. See, we can also see the other foot, so we need to do that there too. But actually, we could also maybe theoretically just draw them there, but I feel like that's faster than doing this. Actually, maybe not. We'll see. We will see. One more key. Boom. And align it here too. From this perspective, see, we don't really see the whole side. I guess we kind of do. So maybe I have to stretch it out a bit more, but that should be fine. I wonder what... I think if we actually extrude this, it still works. So theoretically, if we don't have enough vertices here, we can also just extrude more. But I kind of want to just leave the ones that I have here and use those. If I can. I have quite a lot for this, so it should be fine. Just need to space them out a bit more, and then that should be fine. And then the biggest thing that I wanted to adjust or add is already here. And all automatically generated. If I had this earlier, this could have saved me a lot of time. Unfortunately, I created the most complicated scene before I figured this out, obviously. So I couldn't use it, unfortunately. Oh, this is also a bit further. Oh, is that the right one? No. There's so many keyframes. What did I do here? Why do I need so many? Okay. And then I think we can just move them a bit back. Like this. Good. That should make it nice and visible. Let's check it. Ta-da! Nice. And then we can do... Do we put this over here too? I think so. The thing is, it is visible for 2 frames as far as I know. Yeah, this one and the other one. So theoretically we could just... Can we just copy this? I guess we could just copy this one. And then move it over there too. And then just parent it. I feel like that should work quite well. Just duplicate it. Unparent it. And then unshrink wrap it. Actually, the shrink wrap is still the same, but it's fine. And then we can move it over there. With, of course, the same key here. It's supposed to be this key. If you ever have if you ever have more than, if you have created shape keys for something, but then you realize that, for example, key 2 in this case is supposed to be the main key, the base key, you can also just remove the other keys. Like here, for example, I can just remove these 2, and then key 2, even if I remove key 2, is the main key, and it stays in that shape forever, which is pretty nice. So we can just keep the straight version, move it over here, align it, and then this is already solved. Hopefully. Oh, I should probably also scale it by -1 so it's in the right position. Goes in the right direction. There you go. Maybe a bit big right now. Why is it so much bigger than the other one? Is that one just that much bigger? I guess so. Still scaled up. There you go. Line it up. And then snap it on there. First, just the basic snap. Actually, I could probably scale that up already. There you go. And then we have the other sole too. Pretty easy, pretty simple. And maybe we could add some more lines like this in some other areas of the shoe. I mean the model. Or we can keep it pretty simple. This scene is pretty dynamic, so it might actually make more sense to keep it more simple. But we'll see. There you go. Okay, save that. And then, right, we can actually re-enable the shrink wrap since it's the same. The soles are basically the same object or part of the same object. We just re-enable it. Boom, and they're above. Perfect. And now, of course, we need to just parent them. Parent to this. Bone. And then the main issue, of course, right now is that they don't work exactly how they should, right? In this instance, so we have to move them again, but that should be fine. Basically, just create a keyframe here. I mean, a shape key again for this one, and then we should be done. Ta-da! 2, please. Okay. So it's kind of a annoying way how I set this up for this to work, but I guess it's fine. I just have to do it once, luckily. So I can, it can be a bit more annoying. I guess these edges wouldn't even be visible. Jesus, the kids are crying over there, screaming in the kindergarten next to me. It's like playing Outlast, playing a horror game. What is happening over there? Are the kids being sacrificed? To the greater good? The gods? Eldritch gods? I mean, if they're screaming like that, I would also sacrifice them, but maybe that's just me. Nope. Fly in my room. Oops. Okay. Line that up. Snap it. And there you go. One more. There was a fly once that bit me when I was younger. Since then, I'm very slightly paranoid that it's happening again at some point. I think it wasn't a normal fly though. It was like a weird, blood-sucking fly that you see like on barnyards and stuff. But still, it makes me a bit paranoid. A rogue fly just all of a sudden biting you. Okay, there you go. So this is fixed. Good. So now we just need to animate it and then it's fine. We have everything that we need. So this should be value 1. And then this should be value 0. Perfect. Constant. Do the same for the other one. And then we have a perfectly improved, refined boot. So this should be key 2. That is fine. We need to set this. Oh, I guess that doesn't really matter. This one needs to be key 1, I think. Key 1, so this needs to be key 0. Good. Wait. Oh, I made a mistake. Okay. And then this one, of course, needs to be 0. And that should be good. Should be it. So this looks fine. Oh, never mind. This needs to be over here. Oh, here. Okay. There you go. So now we have this moving perfectly. Never mind what is happening. Did I move them in a weird way? Let's check the... Oh. What is this? Okay. Oh, this edge still, but I can do that in a second. So this is fine. That looks good. And then this one looks good too. Does it? No. Hold on. Key. Is that? Yes, that looks good. Okay, good. So, is this one animated? I think so. Have you ever tried video editing in Blender? Nope. I've looked at it once and never looked at it again. It's not really meant for editing like big things, right? So I wouldn't use it that way. It's, yeah, it's kind of a It's more meant to just kind of compile like individual scenes, for example, rather than like big editing stuff. So if you want to enjoy editing, right, you want to do it in outside of Blender. Maybe that's just me though. I use it, for example, when I have individual, what do you call it? Individual, I think I did it wrong, did I? No. Did I? Did I? No, I didn't. I use it, for example, when I, render how I do it now in just individual images rather than like one video. And then you can use the Blender's editor, for example, Blender's video sequencer to import it as like a video sequence and watch what it looks like, when it's been put together. So you can do that, for example, but I don't use it for anything sophisticated, I guess. PNG sequence or openings are kind of a mix between PNG and a JPEG, depending on whether I need transparency or not. The background, for example, doesn't need transparency. So I use PNG for like the line art and stuff, for example, but not really for the background. Okay, so let's see if there's anything else I want to add lines to. I feel like I want to add lines to this knife. Maybe. But I don't know. I think so. Let me show you how we can do that. It didn't work before, but I know why it didn't work. So we can now actually do it, okay? Hopefully. So if we go into rest position, this is the default position, right? And we need to now add the lines here if we want to copy the weights. So if we now, for example, grab the line out again, any of these edges, this one, for example, I don't even know what that is. Hello? Oh, there it is. So I want to duplicate this and then remove this. Also remove, I don't need two here. Service point, that I don't need that anymore. I guess I could still use it. Okay, so now there are these edges, right? I only really need one edge right here, or two vertices really. This will serve as the base for the knife. So I want to just add one more, detail line to the knife, for example. And so that it moves with the knife, of course. I want to do it before. I want to basically copy the weights, right? But it didn't work before because basically what we did is we copied the weights when it was already posed. So once the weights were applied, the pose got applied to the geometry as well, and it got moved. So we have to do it before the pose gets applied, basically in the rest pose. So if you now go in here, for example, and move an edge, place an edge, for example, over here. I think I want to have a bit more geometry here. Like this, for example. And then we can do the same down here. Okay. Theoretically, we could also do something different. Hold on. Could we? No, we can't. Never mind. We could do something different, but I don't want to do that right now. Okay, like an extra line there. I just want to test if that works. And then we do the same thing again. Armature. Put that on top. Set it to preserve volume. object, of course, the original rig, and then data transfer on top, source, the knife, sheath, object, the vertex data, and then nearest face interpolated. Or actually, nearest vertex might work better here. No, nearest edge interpolated might actually work better. Okay. Save that. Generate data layers, and now it should have the same weights as the knife. So now if we were also to re-enable shrink, no, we actually don't need shrink wrap, I just remembered. Okay, we do this, and then we bring back, we then go into the rig and switch it from rest mode, rest position, into pose position again. The edge should still be there. I don't see the edge, but it should be there. Let's see if I can find it. It's down there. Interesting. Why? Maybe it's maybe a different thing here works better. Nearest vertex doesn't change anything. What about nearest edge vertex? Doesn't change anything. What about? I feel like this isn't. What about not? Okay, I feel like. Okay, it is the right line that I'm editing, but it's not working properly. I wonder why. Topology doesn't work, obviously. Okay. It always goes down there, which is interesting. Because why? It's supposed to copy it just from the knife. Maybe it doesn't work as. No, it should work. Oh, yeah, layer selection, all layers by name. Okay, now it doesn't move at all. So yeah, it's weird. It moves down there. Oh, I think maybe I know why. I think because the pivot point is up there. What if I apply all the transforms? Does it move? No. Okay. Well, that isn't the case. Maybe the rotation only. What if I change the rotation back to 0? No. Never mind. Okay. This probably doesn't work. Okay. But there's another way that we could do this. That could work a bit better. Okay. Let's see if this works. We could also just go here into this object, right? Find the object in. Oh my god, please. I want to close all this. Okay. So I want to basically find this object here, and then you don't see what I'm seeing right now, but I want to duplicate this object because this object is linked to the original file, right? So we don't really want to adjust the linked file. I just want to duplicate it so that we have a duplicate of this. And then I want to unlink this. This should copy all the weighting, right? The weights should still be there. But the only thing that I want to do now is basically... Actually, I want to do this too. Okay, so this is now a duplicate object. I think. There it is, right? It's duplicate. Okay. Now, I want to go into edit mode, if I can see the object, there you go, and remove all the edges except for these two that I wanted to keep, or all the faces first. Remove all the geometry that isn't supposed to. I'm basically doing it the other way around, where I basically copy the geometry that I already have of the model, duplicate it, and then remove everything that is not supposed to be recognized as a line. So for example, all of this, and then I can also remove this down here. All of this, maybe even this. Okay, remove all of that. Faces. So we have this one left, and all I really want to keep here are these two vertical edges. So I'm going to remove these edges too. There you go. So we only have these two lines now. And now I want to make this one shorter. Okay, maybe like this. And the other one, I don't know, like this, for example. There you go. And then we can see we have the lines that we originally wanted. And then we can also, if you want to see it in edit mode, we can make sure that the armature deformation is also visible in edit mode. And can be adjusted. There you go. And then we can adjust it even more, like removing this edge. And we can see what it should look like in the end. So something like this should work pretty well. Maybe we can make this a bit shorter, like this, okay? So this edge is supposed to also be a line out line, right? Put it in the same collection. And then basically just remove all unnecessary... Jesus Christ. Modifiers, okay. Okay, so there you go. Hold on, let me close the window. Okay, so this basically allows me to have the lines there by, I guess, just inhabiting or like duplicating the object and utilizing the already existing weights for the weight painting to be perfect. And then I just want to basically move this one out a bit. So that it's visible. There you go, you can see it now. I guess we could snap the original. Oops, it's a bit offset. There you go. Make this one maybe, put this one back. Oops, whoa, what is happening? Bring it back to here. There you go. Maybe straighten it a bit because it's a bit wobbly. And then we do the same for the other line, and then we have some nice extra 2 lines there. There you go. So this line looks pretty good already. The other one is a bit wobbly, so let's adjust it a bit. Can we just go into sculpt mode with this? I wonder. No, never mind. You cannot sculpt edges. There you go, that's better. Look at this. Oh, it's a bit wobbly still. Oops. Okay, there you go. Looking pretty good. Okay. So, they're there, which is nice. And we have some 2 new edges there, which should help make this look even better. And now if we go through this animation, it should still perfectly work with during the rest of the animation, or at least during the parts that we can see it. There, you can still see it is still perfectly aligned. The the knife is going through there, but we can fix that in a second. And I feel like that's all the lines I really want to add. So now that we have all of that, we can get to shading. Is that a cat or a child screaming? A child. Getting picked up from the kindergarten. And doesn't want to go, I guess. Okay, so now all that's left is basically to refine. Oh, there's one thing that I actually forgot so far. There's one more thing we need to do when we, during the, I guess when we're refining the edges, which is the VFX. The VFX are sometimes in front of the lines. So I want to make sure that when that's the case, what? Oh, okay. They don't, I guess. Oh, wait, hold on. I feel like something is weird here. Whatever. Sometimes you can see it here, for example, in an earlier shot. Here, for example, if you look at the VFX, which are non-existent right now, there you go. We have some sparks there, which that is fine. They can be, the line art can stay there. But we also, for example, here have some clouds, and of course, the clouds would kind of obscure the line art. So I just want to remove the line art basically wherever you have clouds, and then yeah, the line art is basically done. So let's do that now. Right here. We don't really need... Okay, that is all. Let's focus on this foot first. Drawing. Oh, I hate it when it doesn't show you the keyframes. Okay. So, here, the first one, that needs to be adjusted. Last time when I did this, I also created an outline around the cloud. I don't know if I need that here. First of all, because the shoes are already pretty dark, so the lines aren't as obvious. And second of all, I'm not 100% sure if I liked it looking like that. Maybe. It makes it look a bit more clean. So maybe I want to do that, but... yeah, probably. But let's first delete just everything and then we can do that. Okay, so the problem here is, of course, the lines are made out of points, and sometimes the points aren't right on the cloud. So I need to bring them a bit in like this, but that's fine. Once again, I wish the eraser or the grease pencil would work differently, but it doesn't. But it's fine. Okay, there you go. This one can be brought back. Good. Of course, I'm going to do the front here in a second. I want to focus on the foot there first, which is already almost obscured, or covered, I guess. So we don't need to do much more here. There you go. And it's gone. Not visible anymore. Let's see if... oh, nope, never mind. Good. So now we can do this foot. There you go. Please fly. Please leave. Okay, I feel like this music has gone on for long enough. Let's use something maybe not peaceful. What about... oh, I feel like we need some energy, okay? We need something like this. Yes, exactly. That is what we need right now. Okay. I'm feeling the energy surge into me. Ding. Okay. You know what? This still feels a bit chill. I need to hold on. I need something different. Hold on. Jara, or is it big band? But that's just 16 songs. Well, I guess I'll leave it there. It's fine. Okay. Dee lee lee lee. You know what's even more annoying than flies? Wasps. Every time we eat dinner, somehow at least one wasp knows exactly when we're eating dinner. And the best part is, somehow it tries to fly in a way that is the most annoying. That is the most annoying way. Somehow it always manages to fly in the most annoying way. I was like, ooh, 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 wobble around, get close to your face. Not even like, just like, you know, like first it's gonna just kind of fly around your chest area or like other body parts. And then all of a sudden, whoop, goes into your face and then goes back in and whoop, into your face. Every time. Just chill and fly a bit more gracefully. Or predictable at least. Not like a maniac. You know, if they were like these flies that look like wasps, that fly very steadily, it would be fine. But no, they fly like absolute morons. As if they've never flown before. Let me show you what I mean. Let me show you what the standard should be for any flying insects. Hold on. Fly looks like wasp. There it is.
I've never seen something like this before.
Is that the one? Yes, it's a hoverfly. Look at this. That's how it should be. Hold on. Here, this is how it should be. Look at this. Perfectly steady, kind of like a... What's that bird called again? That drinks nectar? And then sip some pollen, I guess. Go on, fly again. Yeah, look at this. This is how it should be. Steady, slow, measured, controlled. The arms. Trying to grip the thing. Hold on, let's see if there's more. There's one. See, like this. This is enjoyable to watch, right? Just standing there and then whoop, going somewhere else. At least something woo, 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 woo. Oh, it just took a dump. Yeah, this is how it should be, but no. You have these weird idiots around. And then you'd put something down for them to eat or to grab, and they just ignore it. So they just want to be beaten. It feels like they want to be slapped. Why can I not do anything here? Oh. Sometimes insects can't help themselves to just make themselves as annoying as possible. Make people slap them as much as they can, for some reason. Same with flies. It's like they're asking for it. Shouldn't you composite the smoke over top the line art so you don't need to erase the line art? The problem is that some of these, some of the smoke is behind the feet, some is in front. So I can't just put one over the other without removing the line art. I have to kind of do it this way. Or I would have to adjust a few more things, which makes it a bit more complex to do. So I could, for example, use this body as a holdout, but that's something I don't want to do. I want to make the render as simple as possible. So yeah, that's why I removed the line art. Actually, no. Oh, I know why it doesn't work. The smoke is probably going to be rendered with the body, but the liner is going to be above everything else. So the if the liner is still there, it would be it would basically look like how it looks right now when there's an overlap like this. This is what it would look like if I were to do it. If I were not to remove it. Unfortunately, I have to remove it. I could also do it afterwards, but you know, if I'm already here, why not do it here? Be a bit more precise. My dad told me when he and my mom were on vacation, they were at the sea, at a beach basically, and he got an ice cream, right? And then he already saw like some of the seagulls lurking, right, trying to find the next prey. And then he got his ice cream, walked away, and all of a sudden he just feels like this slap on his face because the seagull basically just came down from above, landed on his ice cream and just grabbed it out of his hand and sat on the ground with it and ate it. That's how ruthless they already are. They don't even care about humans anymore. They know that they're not gonna get beat or whatever, not get hit. So might as well just go all in. You know, maybe there's like one person that I've seen on YouTube that brought a net to like an area where there are a lot of pigeons, and he tried to catch some with a net. I don't know why. It was either a prank or it was actually because he actually wanted to eat them. Let me check. Catching pigeon with net. Spain declares war on pigeons with net catapult. Look at this. Too many pigeons. Oops. Okay. Giving them food, so they're all getting lured in there. And then... boom! Oh my god! Wait, let me check that again. From when is that? 14 years ago. Oh, there you go. You can see it there. Oh, okay, interesting. That's smart. These two survived. These two. The lucky ones. The ones that tell the tale of not to go to any food anymore. They basically have like this sort of disc launcher, but with a net in it, so that when it spreads out, covers the whole space above the pigeons. Kind of looks like a kind of looks like a particle simulation with such low resolution imagery. And then they, I guess, just collect them. Oh, another one. So many. The other ones are hesitant. This black one, maybe let's see if it survives. Oh, yep. It was one of the lucky ones. There's another one. This one knew what's up. This one, check this one out. Whoop. The only one that survives. I don't know if they killed him, but oops. Oh yeah, exterminated, okay. Yeah, there you go. I think the other person actually threw the net, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly, but those were professionals. Professional pigeon exterminators. You know, at some point you just get too much of them, too many of them. Some people are right to use like, I wonder if cities have to come up with like ways to control the pigeon population, or if that kind of, I feel like if you don't, then you just reach like a certain point where there are just way too many. Like, there's a maximum that can live in a certain area, but until you reach that, you kind of reach the maximum of, you know, you would rather reach a maximum of people being able to deal with them. There would be too many pigeons for people to accept it. So I feel like you would reach that point earlier than you would reach pigeons reaching their max population size in a city. So I wonder if people, if there were like, if there are actually maybe like jobs that make sure that there aren't enough or too many pigeons. Maybe you can control them by using like, what would you call them? Like, don't feed the pigeons signs or whatever. But even then, people do it, right? But even if you know, at least if you put it up, then people are less inclined to do so. I'm actually curious. Hold on, let me look this up. How do cities control pigeon food population? Yeah, there you go. Many cities and people try to drive pigeons away from buildings using means that are detrimental to animal welfare. Such as nets or so-called spikes on roofs and windowsills. Such defensive measures are usually not only ineffective, as they only move the breeding grounds to neighboring buildings. Okay. Pigeon control for municipalities. You know what? Let me just ask ChatGPT. I don't want to look through 50 pages. I'll believe it if it tells me anything. For this, it's not really that important. How do cities have to control pigeon population? If so, what are the most efficient ways to do so? Wait, am I writing pigeon wrong? Oh, without a D, okay. Pigeon. There you go. Cities often need to control pigeon populations for several reasons, including public health, property damage, and general nuisance. Pigeons can spread diseases, their droppings, that's a nice word. Their droppings, their airdrops, can damage buildings and monuments, and they can cause problems in urban areas by overwhelming spaces with their numbers. Reason for, but yeah, I don't need reasons. Efficient methods for controlling pigeon populations. Habitat modification. Eliminating food sources. Nest removal, okay. Physical barriers, netting and spikes. Sloped surfaces, okay. Repellents and deterrents. Sound deterrent, ultrasonic devices, or recordings of predator sounds can scare pigeons away. Visual deterrents, reflective objects decoy predators, like fake owls or hawks. Okay. Fertility control. Pigeon birth control, okay. And relocation, legal and ethical consideration. Oh, right. Many cities have specific laws regarding how pigeon populations can be controlled, emphasizing humane and non-lethal methods. In practice, the most effective strategies often involve a combination of methods tailored to the specific urban environment and pigeon population size. Consistent efforts over time are typically necessary to keep pigeon populations at manageable levels. Hold on, I think I found... No, never mind. Okay. Yeah. So nets might be a good way to do so, to catch a lot of them. It's kind of the same problem that New York has with rats, I think, where they're just like rampant. The problem with New York is, of course, that you have like this huge underground system too, where they can just run around and roam and live, and nobody will ever see them, except if they actually, you know, exit the underground. So how do you actually efficiently get rid of them? You would have to go to great lengths to do so. Aha! Can you see this? Where is it? Oh. I caught the fly. My good old fly trap glass. Works like a charm. Gonna release it when I'm done. It's actually crazy how easy it is with that thing. if you just have like a glass and you want to get rid of like a catch fly, the thing you can't do is try to quickly, you know, catch it, because they have way faster reflexes. What you need to do is just have like a, you know, transparent thing, like a glass, for example, and then just slowly but surely put it over them. Oftentimes they just sit somewhere, right? So you basically just go, and then once you're close enough, you can kind of, you know, go fast so they get scared and fly away and then fly into the glass. And that works really, really well, actually. Not only for flies, but, you know, flies are usually the ones that I'm catching with that. Yeah, so if you ever have fly problems, you could try using one of, you know, just like a simple glass. I think there's another one in my room. It never ends. It spawned another one. Okay, so last thing that I want to do is basically draw an outline here for this, for the smoke, and then we should be good. Back to efficiency mode. I'm actually currently drawing without a tablet, because I don't really need it right now for these small extra lines. I might need it for the shadows though, so I guess I'll pull that up in a second. Dude, why is it so laggy? I guess I need to... I can bring this down now. Should make it a bit faster. Okay. Okay, I feel like I have even less control with the mouse when I have this smoothing on. Look at this. Why is it moving so weirdly? Weird. Whatever. I'll pull up my tablet. I need it in a second anyway. Welcome, Cal and Kai. Hope you have a good day. Okay. So, where's my pen? Oh, right. Okay, let's go. Oops. Okay, speedrun mode. Let's go. I still don't know why it's so laggy, but who cares? Perfect. Next one. I guess I could also do this without being in rendered view, but I feel like it's easier this way. And it's not too bad, the lag. Just very, very slightly, you can feel it. Slightly tilting, but it's fine. I can endure. Wait, what is this? Why is it so... Oh, right. I was confused why the line is gone, but that's just because I removed or reduced the subdivision level. Okay. Oh. That might be a mistake. That's fine. It's fine. I think if I finish this one on stream today, I can do the other two off stream. And then the next are pretty simple, so I can probably tomorrow do maybe even 5 or so. And then on Sunday, we would get to more complex ones. 2 more, and then we might only have 2 scenes left on Monday. Which might actually mean that we're gonna be done on Monday. When I do the math right now. Which would be nice. But, you know, finishing the animation is not everything. But, you know, we're gonna get there when we get there. No need to worry about that right now. Usually also my calculations are 100% wrong, so I don't want to say anything yet. Actually, maybe we'll be at the next scene for some reason. But I'm pretty confident that that it's gonna be over soon. The funny thing is, this is also one of the faster projects. Well, I guess most of the projects that I do take roughly 30 days. There's just one that was, I think, way longer, which was the Preserve project. So that kind of made everything seem a bit faster after I finished that one. Because I basically did what I'm doing now, which is creating a, you know, the Deadpool animation basically took just as long as the Berserk animation, but I didn't split it into 2 parts. So, you know, you just have both, like what I'm doing right now and what I did before to create the characters, all in one video, or in one project basically, right? In one part. So, yeah, I think it took like 1.5 months, that project. Creating the characters and creating the, you know, everything else, the animation and stuff. I didn't do any refining there in that project, but what I did was, I created, first of all, I created all the impact frames, right? Oh, right, we need to do those too. So maybe on Tuesday we can do that. Wait, where's the line? The line is removed. Why? Hello? Oh. Yeah, so I guess it comes pretty close to that one. Here you go. Well, that's fine. You know, if it takes that long, then it takes that long. Nothing really you can do there. It's not like I'm just gonna give up on it after 3 weeks. Like, you know what? I don't want to do it anymore. Let's just start a new project. That's just kind of weird. And a waste of time. I did that once, but only really after like a week where I tried things of a project that just didn't turn out how I wanted it to. And I said, you know what, rather than wasting more time on this, I'll just not do it. Maybe I'll revisit it at some point, but I feel like it's not really my expertise too. So maybe not. Had nothing to do with characters, for example. And yeah. It was more about like environments and stuff. I'm not the hugest fan of creating environments, unfortunately. Do you use dark mode all the time? Yes. Whenever I can, when it's an option, then I usually use it. Dark mode with the smallest text size that exists. I know for some people it's easier to use light mode. It's easier to read for them. But for me at least, it doesn't really... It's just easy on the eyes for me. So I stick with light mode. Oh, I just realized I made a mistake. God damn it. Is that really how it's gonna work here? Oh my god. Yeah, I heard that people with dyslexia, I think, can read the white background contrast easier than the white on black, right? But for me, it doesn't really make a difference. So I would rather have a screen that is dark and doesn't flashbang my face every time of day. Then yeah, then the opposite. If I can avoid it, I would like to avoid flashbangs on a daily basis. That's also why I use the Windows night light function, where it adds like a yellow tint to the screen when it's a certain time of day. That also doesn't work every day for some reason. At some point it worked every day, but then something changed. Maybe a Windows update just broke the whole feature and now it just doesn't work at all anymore. I think yesterday it worked, but then if it works, it's kind of like a surprise. Like, oh, why is my screen so yellow? And then, this works again. It should work every day, but nope, it doesn't, because it's Windows. Laptop has a 125% default scale. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Sometimes I even scale, I use the zoom feature for browsers to zoom out even more. So I'm at like 90% zoom for browsers, for example, to have more space and see more. Fit more into the same screen. If my eyes allow it, then I will take advantage of it. You know how there's a you know how there are like phones for senior people, like for elderly people, where they have like gigantic numbers, for example, and gigantic buttons and stuff, and the text is like 15 times larger than normal. You need to have the same, but in the opposite direction. For perfect eyes, perfect eye versions that are like half as big as normal, so you can fit like twice as much on the screen. why not? I'm actually curious what that would look like. Hold on, let me check in a second. 50% size. Wikipedia. You see the whole thing. Kind of like a watch vision exercise then. Okay. Good. So, oh, this is still deleted. That's not good. That's fine. I'll just adjust it manually. Okay, let's see what that would look like. Wikipedia. Ham. Ham Bible? Nope, that's not what I wanted. Places, okay. I'm looking for places. I'm looking for the food. Ham. How is that so hard? Okay, I guess it's something else. Let's do banana. There you go. Okay. So this is 100%, I think. Is it? Yes. So this is 100%. Way too big, okay? Oh, you can even change it here. Hold on. Text. Small. Good. Width. Oh, what is this? Interesting. That's fine. Color. What? Oh, dark mode. Interesting. No, that looks weird. Light is kind of the standard for Wikipedia. Okay, so this is the 100%. What does 50% look like? It's still readable, for me at least, but it's kind of hard. At least you can see more, I guess. But this is maybe a bit too small. This, now I actually have to concentrate like fully. This works for me. So this would be a good size. I guess it's maybe a bit harder to stay in the same line maybe, but I feel like this would be nice. 75% works for me. But then if you zoom back to the original, this is like gigantic. And then for old people, it would be like this. Or like this, I guess. Ah, let me read up on bananas. A banana is an elongated edible fruit. Cool. What is... Oh my god, look at the bar down on the right. Oh, you can't even see it. Hold on. Look at the bar, how slow it moves. Oh my god. What is this? Is that a bug? Oops. Oh. Okay, yeah, there you go. Hold on, what does this look like? Oh, let me look at the sources. Hold on. You know what this reminds me? Of the old SpongeBob episodes where they still showed the credits. You know how usually in credits, when you see the credits, you see like, you know, they slowly panning up. In SpongeBob, when it showed up right on TV, it was kind of like this. Hold on. It was like, you know, all the names showing up, but since they had like a certain runtime, it was just like this. Couldn't see a single name. That was the one. That's what it was back in the day. Let's see if I can find an example. It's basically like it was over in a second. SpongeBob credits. Is it this one? No, this one's slow. That's the slow version. Maybe? No. The end credits that traumatize a generation. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, this one? No. Huh, I guess. I guess. Maybe they haven't done it every time, because I only see slow versions of it. Okay, well, maybe I also just dreamed about it. But I just distinctly remember, like, oh, credits, and oh, it's already over, like, in a second. Okay. Anyway. Are you a procrastinating person? Not too much, I guess. Sometimes, you know, like this, I look up some stuff like that in the middle of me working. So that can happen sometimes. But I try to stay, you know, on point. So like I'm like, I don't know, reading a book or like working on something and then all of a sudden, oh, I forgot to clean my room. And then all of a sudden I spent the next 2 hours cleaning my room. What happens for me is usually that I work on something, you know, which requires concentration. And then at some point it just, I notice like that I'm getting fatigued. And then I basically take a break for like 5 or 10 minutes. And then back afterwards I go back to work. So usually those breaks work for me, but you know, for other people it might be a bit different. Okay. Last thing we need to do is adding the shadows. Sometimes I use light mode when I'm outside. I guess that could work. Yeah, I remember taking my old Nintendo DS outside when we were going somewhere, for example. And then just like sitting in the sun, looking at my screen, not being able to see anything because it's just too dark. You're kind of trying to go as close as possible to see anything. Trying to make out like some silhouette to see to see anything. Those were the times. Yeah, so now that we have finished the line art, all that's left now is the shadows. The thing is, I need to remember to set the model to level 3 resolution, otherwise the shadows look different than in the render. So we need to go here, see how the shadows have changed. Otherwise I would have drawn, you know, shadows where they, for example, shouldn't have been any. And that wouldn't have been good, because then I would have to redo the whole thing again. And I would like to avoid having to redo things multiple times. There you go. So at first I want to just make sure that the soul here looks good. Oh. Oh, I actually misplaced this. I could use interpolation here, but I actually don't want to do that. Oh, I guess that's something I want to do. Use interpolation. Huh. How do I want to do that here? Because if I add the soul on every frame, then I can't use interpolation. I guess. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to draw every second frame and then interpolate the one in between. I think that's what I want to do. So instead of doing what I'm doing right now, I will start with the first one. I guess the first one isn't there. This one doesn't need to change. This one. So I'm going to do this one. Then I'm going to do not this one. Actually, probably, maybe, no, never mind. Do this one, and then interpolate the one in between. This way I can save half of the work that I would have to do. Yesterday we interpolated a lot more than usual, but in this case, I think it's easier to do it that way because this moves quite a lot, so we can interpolate less. So I think I'm going to do it that way here. That should still save, 50%. Which should be enough for this scene. First, I just want to kind of fix all the overlapping issues. Like here, how the line doesn't line up with the underlying color. And then we can adjust the shadows. Hope you have something good planned for the weekend. Maybe working on a project. Maybe meeting up with friends. Maybe watching a movie. Maybe, I don't know, going on a date. Ooh. Maybe cleaning your room. I've seen your room. You should probably do that at some point. You have done that for a while now. Maybe going on a bike trip. Ooh. Maybe doing geocaching. Pretty fun. Unfortunately, once you've done it once, you can't really do it again. But, it's still fun. If you've never done it, geocaching is basically where people put sort of like a little box, like hide something somewhere. And then there's like this app, the geocaching app, where they can register the thing that they've hidden in like the woods, for example, or whatever. And then they can, other people can look that up. You basically have a map, and then you see like these points. Oh, there's something here. There's something here. There's something here. And then you can go to that spot. You can open up that location right on the app, basically on the map. And then there's oftentimes like a little riddle giving you a hint where it is. Like, oh, in the oldest bark of the woods or whatever. And then you need to find basically, where the cache is hidden. Unfortunately, of course, if you've done it once, you can't do it again because you know where it is. So you could go there with someone else, but you couldn't really participate. Only really the other person, which would be kind of boring. So at some point you would have to go somewhere else, like a different city or whatever. But, the first time you do it is pretty fun. I would recommend. Oftentimes there are quite, there are enough around you that you don't really have to go anywhere. So using a bike, for example, should be enough to, to reach enough of them for a day, for example. Some of them are also just not there anymore. Maybe other people that, that, for example, like, I don't know, like people that just randomly walk around there, find it, and then don't know what it is and just take it with them, for example, like kids or whatever. And then you do go there and then you see the riddle and you just can't find it. Sometimes it's just because it isn't there anymore. Because somebody took it with them. But, oftentimes that is, I think, only like 25% max the chance that is the case. Usually you're just too bad to find it. Sometimes they actually take quite a while to find, which is really good. Just finding them all very easily is kind of boring. Sometimes they're actually really, really hard to find. Okay. Yeah. So this looks good. The bottom looks good already. Good, well refined. So let's do the top. I basically just want to even out the shadows a bit, make them less wobbly and more make it look more drawn. I think here I definitely want to add some highlights. Oftentimes you can use highlights to accentuate or like pronounce the muscles a bit more. Extending the shadow a bit further into them, for example, can help with that. There you go. Okay, and then here on the inside we can maybe simplify it a bit. The shadows are already pretty good in this shot, so there aren't too many changes I need to do. Some of them are really, really bad in terms of the shading, so I need to do a lot of adjustments, but this one is behaving quite well. Usually also if you're just closer to the character, you can add more detailing shadows, which in this case isn't really necessary, because that's also where a lot of work can come in. Oftentimes you add like small little shadows to refine the muscles, for example. In this case, we don't really need to do that, which is also nice. Okay, so this one looks pretty good already. So now we can have this keyframe here. Go to, not this one, but the one after. And then oh. Yeah, just scale it up. And place it where it was before. Need kind of like a guide. Wait, which one? Oh, I can use this one. Try to place it roughly in the same position. Of course it won't fit perfectly. Just kind of roughly, and then we can use the sculpt brush to bring it more in line. Oops. Okay, this is too strong. 0.2. So we only really draw it once, and then we shift it around so that it fits for another frame too. And then we basically just interpolate the middle. So we basically just do 1.5 times the work rather than 3 times. Like at some point I should do like an efficiency session where I just think about all the things I could do to speed up my workflow. I feel like I could work much faster. I just haven't thought about it too much yet. I know someone that does that quite a bit, doing like these efficiency session, or like Just like thinking about what you can do, how you can do something faster, for example. How to work faster, right? How to be more efficient. Just giving yourself time to think about that. Sounds like valuable time spent. No, what? You know, time spent well, I guess. The more time you save creating the project, the more projects you can create. So it's kind of in your interest, right, to do it as fast as possible, but not lose out on any quality, of course. I think one big thing that I can still improve on is just like the focusing a little bit less on details, or really making sure that the details I focus on are actually worth focusing on. Like this could already be, you know, something that I'm fiddling around with that is already too close and won't even be visible in the final version. So I don't even need to go that close. Oh, where's the thing over here? Ah, there it is. There it is. Yes, that looks good. Looking good. Look at that. Oh. Looks rough from this close, but then if you go further away, all of a sudden, it's not visible anymore. There you go. Deadpool. Cake pool. There you go. That looks pretty good. Looking nice. And then we go into the middle. 1 and 2. And pray that it works, but it should work. Draw mode. Save first. Interpolation tool. And set it to interpolate 50%. And it doesn't look good. Okay, well, maybe not 50%. Maybe we need more. Bring it to this point. It's not perfect, but it feels like it's just kind of shifted to the right. So what if we just move all of it a bit to the left? Nope, that doesn't work. I guess I just need to manually adjust it. But that's fine. There you go. I guess interpolation doesn't work perfectly all the time. Who would have thought? Can we see the animation so far? I don't have a full animation yet. They're all individual scenes. Next week we're gonna probably be done with it, and then we're gonna compile it all together and, you know, create the compositing. So at that point all the scenes are done. They just need to be color corrected and stuff. Composited, you could say. On Monday or Tuesday. What is happening here? Oh, there it is. How long is the animation? Roughly 45 seconds, I would say. Maybe a bit longer, maybe a bit shorter, but around that. I don't have any any more. I guess I'll use that one. There you go. Okay. There you go. We don't hear your voice. What? That doesn't make sense. I feel like if nobody could hear my voice, you know, I wouldn't get people replying to what I'm saying. Let me check. Let me check. Yeah, there you go. It is, you can hear it. I feel like it's gonna be on your end. I guess you can't hear what I'm saying. Well, figure it out. Somebody else earlier said it too, so I was a bit concerned, but yeah, it would be weird if at this point still, right, nobody could hear anything. Ooh, another song that I've used in a video. Yeah, I haven't optimized this now for like people to zoom in and really check if there are any mistakes. But that's not really, you know, it's more like a concept of what it could look like, right? It's not really like a 100% finished full like high quality production animation. So I don't really, that's not really what I'm striving for, I guess. I'm halfway doing that, I guess. My brain is always telling me, oh, this could be better, this could be better. But I need to restrain myself from going into too much detail. Otherwise I will get lost in it. Diddly lady. Doodaloo. Doodaloo. Doodoo. Okay. That looks pretty good. Anything missing? I feel like that looks nice. Okay. Huh. I guess I could do it again. Scale it again. Watching this is so relaxing for some reason, even with the insane jazz in the background. Okay. So the funny thing is, if you ever think about like something like a meteor, for example, getting closer and closer to you, the way it kind of, when you think about it in like on like a screen space, how the scale changes is really linear. It is actually exponential in a certain way. So if you, for example, look at, so that's why I couldn't really scale up, only really scale up these shapes that I'm always adjusting, right? The shadows and stuff, the lighting adjustments. I can't really just, I guess, you know, linearly scale them up. I always have to adjust them too. And the reason for that is if something comes close to you, it doesn't linearly change in scale. So it doesn't change from like scale 1 to scale 2 to scale 3 to scale 4 as it gets closer. It is actually, I think it's doing it exponentially or something like that. So if you, for example, move this over here, I actually want to see this, right? Like this. And then we move it further away, for example. There you go. Oops, that should be like here. Okay. And then we move this back, like very far back. Here, for example. And then I just let it play with, let's play it with linear interpolation. It looks like it's speeding up. If we look at this, look at this. It looks like it's getting faster, but it's just getting closer, right? In a linear fashion. If we were to do this with Bezier, for example, and then we change this to exponential, in a way where you do this first, so that it goes fast in the beginning and then slows down in the end. It looks a bit more like this. It looks kind of linear, or a bit more constant. In the beginning it's a bit faster, so maybe if we scale this down a bit, it's a bit... But in this instant here, you can see, like, as it gets closer, it looks like it has the same speed in this region here, for example, even though it slows down the whole time, because it comes closer too. It doesn't just move, right? It moves closer to the camera. So the perspective that we have here makes it look like it is actually moving linearly, even though it slows down more and more and more. If you were to look at this here, right? Ooh. Yeah. And that's why I can't really just scale up the shapes here. I also need to adjust them a bit. What's your screen refresh rate? I don't exactly know. At least 144, I think. It's just, I think the screen that I have can go to 200. At least it says so. But I don't, you know, I can't really count that, right? I can't really just say, oh, you know, I can't just like manually say, hey, this is this much refresh rate. I've never done a test to see or to check. It says that it can go to 200. But yeah, I've never checked. So at least 144. I recently started playing, what's it called? Doom Eternal. You know, I played it at some point, but not for long. So right now I'm in kind of like a time where I play the games that I have in my Steam library that I haven't really fully finished, or like stopped somewhere in between. So now I'm at Doom Eternal. And that game is actually crazy in terms of FPS. It looks really good. I have like ray tracing on, like compared to Cyberpunk, for example. Cyberpunk without ray tracing. No, path tracing, but with ray tracing, and using DLSS. So basically, there's like basically, you know, you have the basic generated frames, and then DLSS, I think, is the system that then basically interpolates frames in between, so you can for example double your frame rate. With that I get to like 70 FPS, and then I play that game and I come to like, I set up like ray tracing, I max everything, and I get like 250 frames. It's actually crazy. Maybe the game is probably much simpler than Cyberpunk, which is how that is possible. But still, I was like so surprised, because usually I'm scared to enable everything and set it to max with ray tracing enabled, because usually that tanks your FPS like crazy. But that game is just so well, I guess, optimized, and also just, not as complex maybe, that it just can do that. It's really crazy. It's in settings, system display, advanced display. Yeah. You can also change it by going to your desktop and then right click. Oh, wait, it's not here anymore. Display settings. Where's the NVIDIA control panel? Wait. NVIDIA control panel. Oh, did I misclick? Nope, there it is. In here you can see... Where is it again? Here? No. G-Sync, that's not what I want. Video image settings here? Nope. I can't find it. It should be somewhere here too, I think. Here it is, refresh rate 144. But there's like a certain mode that I can enable that that should be able to do 200, but who needs 200, right? So I didn't buy it because of that. Hello, where's the thing? I'm missing the block. There it is. I think I made a mistake in an earlier frame. I am ashamed. Let's see. Yes, I did. What is your eye care routine? What? DLSS is just upscale. It could be upscale. There's definitely one thing that interpolates more frames in between, and then there is upscaling too, where you basically play the game at like 720p and then it upscales it to 1080, for example. I don't know which system does what. It could be both, but I don't exactly remember. I got Acer Nitro 5 354GB 1 and I play on max, never be afraid. I remember when one of my old PCs, the oldest PC, I think, no, the second oldest PC I ever had, when I tried to play Evolve on that game, on that system, I had to play in like 120p in windowed mode. So you have like such a small screen on your big screen, just to have just to get 30 FPS. Luckily I'm past that now. You're using your PC for 5 hours. If I use my PC for 5 hours and my eyes start paining. Yeah, I never really have that problem. I never had that problem. Maybe because I turned maybe I have eyes of steel because I've been looking at screens for so many years. Or maybe I'm just not that prone to it. Yeah, I look at the screen for longer than 5 hours a day. I guess something that I do, which might help, is that I set my screen brightness to minimum. I don't know if you can see the brightness. I don't think so. No, you can't. Yeah, my screen brightness setting right here. Let me see. Brightness is set to 0 out of 100. So maybe that helps, especially in the evening, right? If I were to set it higher, I can immediately see that it's a bit more straining. So that could be something you could try. It helps me, right? And I kind of just do that normally, just because I guess at some point I just, you know, notice that it's maybe a bit straining, so I just set it down to the lowest, to 0. And that makes it a lot easier. Maybe also refresh rate helps with eye strain. I don't know, maybe. I've never tried, you know, experimented with that, but maybe it could affect your eye strain too. But I think the biggest thing is actually just the screen brightness. Setting it to 0 makes it, I think, much easier to watch, to look at, than having anything higher. It's more complex, not just upscale. Yeah, it's something. You know, animes that have good 3D scenes. I think some of the, what's it called again? I don't really watch anime, so I don't really know that many. I think the, what's it called again? Attack on Titan does it pretty well. Another one would probably be, what's it called? Demon Slayer, I think, has some. They only really use it for like more complex camera movements, and they try to kind of, you know, still retain the same style. One I think that probably, when it comes to like not noticing it, does it probably the best, or one of the best that I've seen so far, is just Promare, because they've kind of tailored their style to one that works with that works in 3D and in 2D. So there it might be, you know, the least noticeable, or quite noticeable. Unnoticeable, I guess. Yeah. There are, of course, some horrible examples, but the best examples are the ones that you don't even notice. So some probably don't use 3D, but you don't even know. And they never, you know, say it openly. And I couldn't really tell you which ones they are, obviously. But yeah, those ones are the best ones. The ones that you don't even know about. I think the One Punch Man Season 2 also uses some 3D for the big worm, for example, I think. But it's been quite a while since I watched that, so I might be wrong, but I think so. Because the worm is such a huge thing, right? And people walking on it and stuff like that. The shots that they used, I think they needed to use some 3D aspects to make it work. But I would say, as long as it fits into the style and doesn't disrupt the flow of the anime, it's fine. When I have lights on, 25%, if not 0%. Oh, okay. I usually just don't change it. I'm now used to that brightness. What brightness do I have on my phone? I think, oh, on my phone it just adjusts automatically. So if I have like a, if it notices that there's like a bright light on it, then it's brighter. If it's in the dark, it gets darker. So that's how that works, I guess. But of course the screen doesn't do that. Yeah, I'm usually too busy creating projects to watch any shows. So I just create projects around the shows, but don't actually watch the shows or the movies. Created a project around the Godzilla movie, haven't watched the Godzilla movie. Created a project around, or creating a project around Deadpool, haven't watched Deadpool. Created a project around Arcane, haven't watched Arcane. Because usually I create the project so that that is finished when the thing releases. Or around that time. I guess that's not really an excuse, never mind. I'll come up with a good excuse at some point, okay? Land of Lustrous, okay. What you thought about India? It's a country that I know of. No big thoughts about it. I know a lot of people from India. I think India is my second biggest country where people come from that watch my videos. First one is America. It was India at some point. Number one, but then it got taken over by America. Kind of a goofy song, but I'll accept it. This circus is calling, it wants its music back. Okay, wait, dude. Sometimes it's really hard to really see what you're working with here. Okay, that's better. Okay, this here. Hopefully this is the last frame where where he's in this pose. I doubt it, but I can pray. Okay, let me pray. I don't want to do this anymore. Sculpting. Have you visited Greece? Nope. I have been in Spain a few times and in Italy, but not in Greece. Usually when we traveled back in the day, we went to, yeah, to like Spain or Italy, but not any other countries really. I was never in France, for example, never in Poland, never in, basically nowhere except in Spain or Italy. I'm currently thinking, have I been anywhere else other than those two? I think no, I don't think so. We've been... Yeah, I don't think so. I don't really travel that much now. Not really a travel person. So I don't really visit any new places at this point. Maybe at some point, but right now I don't really want to travel. And also usually when I have traveled, it feels like I miss home more than I enjoy being there. So it's not really worth it for me to go anywhere. I don't really enjoy it that much, unfortunately. Maybe I would enjoy it more with like people, like friends and stuff. other than my, compared to my parents. But I don't know, even then. I guess I'm going to... Oh, I've been to Amsterdam when I was younger. And I will be there again this October. So that's going to be the first traveling I'll do in the last probably 5 years or so. Maybe more. I wish one day you will come to India. Okay. Let's pray that this is the last shot that I need to sculpt. I guess I could also just draw another one to clean up the shapes. Aha, there you go. My prayers have been heard. Okay. What do I need? Ah, I know what I need. A pen. There you go. Track feels like the... What is that? Ninja? What is that? I don't know that one. Hold on. Ninja? You mean ninja? Hold on. Oh. Ninja? I've never seen that game before in my life. It looks like a game that I would have probably played if I had seen it. Was kind of a risky pronunciation there, but I would say it wasn't that bad. Yeah, theoretically I could also play video game soundtracks, right? I guess I kind of wanted to keep it pretty safe, I guess, with these songs, but theoretically I could also do that. Like how a lot of people just play the Wii menu songs. Okay. Oh, dark spot here. Please tell me that the next frame is different. I don't want to do the sculpting again. It's kind of annoying. But even then, we're still getting through it. Which is nice. Thanks for recommending to use the multi-res modifier for sculpting. It's made sculpting details so much more efficient. Have I? I guess it depends on what kind of use case you're talking about. Multi-res can be good if you have a retopologized mesh, for example, already. If you have a base mesh that you're working with, then of course too. You don't really need to remesh that, for example. But using, for example, remeshing instead of instead of, what's it called again? Multi-res. Could make more sense when you don't have a like clean topology mesh that you're working off of. It also is a bit more flexible. So for example, if you all of a sudden decide to add, for example, like horns to a character with multi-res modifier, you couldn't really do that since, you know, it's the topology will be very stretched then. Whereas with topology, of course, the topology is then reset basically, which means that you can do that very easily. So it kind of depends on, you know, the use case. Multi-res, of course, is much better if you have retopologized your mesh, and then now you're deciding to add more details, for example. Then, of course, it's way better. But otherwise, I would say remesh. I would probably recommend remesh. Is there a Noggy impersonator out there that is recommending weird stuff? Not that multiverse is weird, just maybe not the non-plus ultra. You should play the game someday. It is something smoothing soundtracks and gameplay. Isn't that a PS1 game? I don't even know. I had a PS1 back in the day. I don't think I have one anymore. I think we sold... Actually, I might actually do. Maybe. Recently I found my dad's Forbidden Games box. At some point my dad bought a PlayStation 2, and like when I was very young still, like 10 or so, and we played like racing games and stuff. And then I think what he did is he bought like a whole collection of games, and some of them were also just like war games and stuff. He was always kind of against, you know, like guns and games and stuff, and violence in general. So he never, you know, bought me any of those games. I never asked because I knew that was the case. But recently I found, I think, the box that has all those games still, because he hasn't sold them yet. Just like some random war games, for example. Maybe he's still secretly playing it in the basement. I don't know. Some of the Wii menu songs slap, yeah. But they're also kind of overplayed at this point, I feel like. If you could switch lives with someone for a day, who would it be? Probably with with a girl, just to see what that feels like, right? Otherwise, I don't know. Not really anybody specific I have in mind right now. I would have to think about that, I guess. Do you have anyone specific already in mind? I don't really know what I would want to experience that people do that I don't. Like, theoretically, if I, for example, were to swap with someone that does, what is that, like the wingsuit diving, and then I crash head on with like 150 kilometers per hour into like a brick wall, does that mean that I die, or does that mean that that person dies and I go back into my own body? Even then I probably wouldn't do it, just because I would kill someone then. So I wouldn't do it then. But, you know, theoretically. Yeah, I don't know. It's a tricky question. Thought impersonator, I figured you wouldn't remember because you Why would you? I asked you about a week or two ago about what you would recommend for sculpting details. Oh, to bake as a normal map? Yeah. For normal maps, you need to use the multi-res modifier, since since the multi-res modifier is the only way to bake those details. If you want to bake them, then yeah, for sure, you need to use the multi-res modifier. When it comes to normal sculpting, it can be a bit different. Need tips on Blender? Okay. There's a channel called what's it called again? Hold on. Blender tips. What's his name again? He doesn't show up. Why? He does a lot of shorts. Is it this one? Ah, Blender Secrets. If you're just looking for tips, check out Blender Secrets. If you have any specific questions, I can probably answer them. But for general tips, there you go. You can check him out. He does like 1 tip a day, I think. Some of them are actually pretty useful. Some of them I don't even know. And the problem is oftentimes with these tips, you're like, oh, that's neat, and then you never use it. Like there are like things that would be useful in like one moment in one project out of 500, but you of course don't see that tip when you get there, and you also don't remember that tip when you then actually finally get there. So it's like, oh, that's neat, and then it's kind of like random animal facts. You're like, oh, I know this now about toucans, and then 5 years later you see a toucan again, and then you're like, you don't remember what you learned 5 years ago about fun facts about toucans. So it's kind of a weird, kind of like this weird situation where you just learn something new and you feel like you've learned something new, but then at the same time you also haven't, because the time, you won't use it 90% of the time. Any time close to when you've learned about it. How do I actually make a hole in my plane mesh? Any shortcuts or something? You can, if you create a... Let me show you. If it's just a plane, like this, right? You could theoretically do this. Control R to add 2 points. Basically just to add a point in the middle, right? You could also do it with the knife tool, I guess. I wonder if that works. If I do this, for example. Boom. Wait. Like this, for example. Okay. Diagonally. You can then go in here and just select the point, Control B, and then press V to bevel the vertex. And then you can just add more resolution. And then you can press P, resolution with the mouse wheel. And then press P to change the profile and make it round. Ta-da! And all of a sudden, you have a hole. There you go. That's, if it's just a plane, that's a pretty simple way to do it. If it's something more complex, there are quite a few videos about how to add holes to more complex objects, so you could check those out. There are like multiple ways to do it, and it can be quite specific which one works best for your case. So checking those out is probably a better way to find out how to do it, rather than me guessing what the best way would be. Because sometimes it's also just about experimenting and seeing. There's always multiple ways, in some ways the best, but it's probably not always the same. Can you have a ridiculous joke that always makes you laugh? You mean if I have one? I actually have one. Okay. But that doesn't work. It's a joke in German that doesn't work in English, I think. Hold on. Yeah, because raccoon, it's called raccoon, right? In English. So it doesn't work, unfortunately. So I have one in German that makes me laugh every time, but it doesn't work in English, unfortunately. Basically, what it is it's like, what do you call a, like in German, raccoon is called like wash bear, basically, right? Because they wash their food, for example, they clean their food with water, so they're called wash bear. So what the joke is what do you call a raccoon that works out? And then, you know, it's, oh no, what do you call a wash bear that works out? A wash machine. That's the one. Of course, yeah, unfortunately it doesn't work in English. Except if you explain it, maybe, I guess. But if you have to explain a joke, then the joke is not good. Okay, there you go. Lighting fixed. Next one. Oh, I can't go that way. Please be different. Yes, good. Do you make a 2D? Do you make 2D art? I would like to if I have more time, just as a hobby, for example, but I don't really have enough time to do so, unfortunately. Like I would like to be good at 2D painting, for example, like, you know, digital painting, for example. I actually did that before I did 3D art. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to practice it enough. I only know one thing about Germany, the cars. Yeah, I mean that. I guess if you ever think about anything made in Germany, cars are probably the easiest thing to say. Usually jokes don't really make me laugh. It has to be like I need to be surprised, or like, I guess that's kind of always the case. But it's rare that like a joke like that makes me laugh. But that one, that one gets me every time. I don't know why. Just silly. I also feel like raccoons should just be called wash bears. Sounds cuter and fits better than raccoon. Just change it already. It's not like anybody would remember. What are those orange? Are they like orange pandas that look kind of like raccoons? With like white like patches around their eyes. What are they called again? I don't remember. Name a Marvel character for an edit. Thor. There you go. Probably pretty basic. or Star-Lord. Have you seen the Sonic 3 movie trailer? I think so. I think I watched it yesterday. I looked it up yesterday, but I don't remember if I watched it. I think so. I know that Shadow's in it. I think I'm also gonna make a video about it, maybe. If nothing else, you know, gets in between those. Maybe a Sonic anime. I just don't know what I want to do there yet. But I don't have anything else planned for that yet, but it's also a long time until then, so a lot of things can change. Can you describe your worst haircut or fashion disaster? I don't even know fashion disaster. If I think about like fashion disaster, I can't really think of anything. I guess worst haircut. I wouldn't really say worst. Maybe people told me that is. My parents said that it doesn't look that great, which I actually appreciate that they're honest about it. But at some point, I during COVID, you know, because there was no barber open, my hair just grew longer and longer. So just imagine this, but you know, longer, like 3 times as long. At some point, I was just sick of it, and I just cut it all off, and you know, got a buzz cut basically. Did it by myself. I didn't think it was that bad. I had a buzz cut when I was younger, but at least my parents said it doesn't look that great. It wasn't my favorite, but it was also not that. It was just like unoffensive, I guess. Didn't look. It was more, I guess. It was nice to not have long hair anymore. And you know, get out of the shower and basically your head is already dry. Styling hair, not necessary anymore and stuff. Makes everything a bit easier. But that's the only thing that kind of comes to mind, I guess. I don't really have like fashion disasters, I guess. I'm trying to think if I ever like wore something but then didn't notice something or anything. But I don't remember anything. Yeah, I can't remember anything. Oops. Are you related to Germany? I am from Germany. I still live in Germany. I am currently in Germany. Come find me. Shouldn't be that hard. It's not a huge country, I guess. Red Panda? Yeah, there you go. That's what it was called. Do you put your cereal first or milk first? Cereal first. Easy. I'm not a crazy person. The thing is, if you put your cereal in first, you know how much you put in. But if you put the milk in first, you couldn't really estimate, or you couldn't really see well how much you have in there. So it's kind of hard to, like, because it's floating up top. So So you can throw more and more in there, but you don't really know if you've already like filled up the bowl or not. So it would be harder to see, you know, whether the bowl is full or not. Also, sometimes I like to eat cereal without milk. Because then it's crunchier. And you can kind of, you know, fully taste the cereal rather than the milk on top. Usually if you know put it all together, kind of mixes everything together and it's a bit harder. Milk powder, okay. Should I hand you down? You could try. You just keep pouring in cereal until the milk is done? You don't just pour it once? What do you mean? Pouring it in and in until it spills over? Because at some point you would just kind of, depending on the cereal, I guess you would pour it in and then it would float on top. And since there's water, like since it, you know, since it soaks itself up with fluid, it would also get kind of, you know, whatever, like wet. And then the lower the cereal floating up top would kind of merge together and create like this raft. So you put more and more in, and the raft would just hold everything up top, and nothing would fall into the milk. What I'm saying is if you put milk in first, you're a crazy person, okay? It would be kind of like putting in water first. I guess you kind of do that. Putting in water first and then the tea bag. No, well, yeah, I guess that doesn't really make a big difference. Do you put the tea bag in first or the water? I guess the first question you should ask is who drinks tea. Okay, so let me do that. So now, since he's leaning forward, the lighting needs to hit his back a little bit more. Like this. Boom. I guess there's also tea, not powder, but like these pellets, right? So there's tea that you actually pour in like cereal. Actually, back in the day, we had that a bit more often. And when I was younger, I would just grab the not bucket, like the case with those pellets in there and just eat them. Because they're basically just sugar and some flavoring, like lime flavor. They were just like sugar lime flavored pellets, and I would just snack them rather than putting them in water. Nobody ever noticed. Pour, eat, pour, eat. Okay, that's weird. Why? So you just have it next to you? I guess so. I would rather just put it all in once and then go somewhere and eat it somewhere else. I don't really usually take my cereal with me, the cereal box. I guess that way you can avoid having milk, like it's just, you know, leftover milk that you can then sip. But usually that's like a cool thing, having the leftover milk that you can then just, you know, drink at the end. I guess, you know, you either prefer sipping the milk or you just filling, like completely draining the milk by letting the cereal soak it up. So you would have to put in more than you could, you know, with a single pour. the science of cerealology. I guess so. I prefer to sip it, so I guess that's why I chose option A. Pineapple on pizza, really good. I like it. It's a nice mix between sweet and I don't even know. It's kind of just sweet and I don't know. It also gives it a bit more moisture, like water, so that the mouth doesn't get dried up, which is nice. Like, so many people complain, like, oh, pineapple on pizza is horrible. But then why are there so many pizza places that offer it? Like, it's not like they wouldn't have it if nobody likes it. Also, it wouldn't be there if it wasn't a common thing that pizzeristas, I guess, make. I think the choice would be either pineapple, tuna, or is it like in English also called like calzone pizza, the one that you flip over, so you have like a closed pizza. The inside is basically enclosed in the bottom part without olives. I don't like olives. Olives, if you eat olives, you're a monster. Horrendously bad. One of the worst things I've ever tried. Why did you learn English for someone who lives in Germany? I used to watch German YouTube, but then I also wanted to, because PewDiePie was very popular back then, right? So I wanted to watch his videos, and I had to learn English for that, or a bit more, because I already spoke a little bit, but not as well as now, for example, right? So at some point I just decided, hey, I just noticed that I watched more and more English content, I guess, on YouTube. So I just decided, hey, you know, if I already do this, why not also learn English that way, like through watching English YouTube, right? So I kind of switched from English YouTube to German YouTube to English, and just learned English, speaking better English and English words and stuff that way. Yeah. So, and then also at some point, I at this point play mostly with like people from England, you know. So, and in the first, you know, at first when I started playing with them, I wasn't that good at speaking English fluently, but you know, over the years, I just learned more and more. So at this point, it's pretty much my second language. Do you love to write on the right side of your notebook or the left side of the notebook? I don't really write, but if I were to, don't you really? I mean, do you mean like where the axis is that you orientate your sentences on? Because usually, like Western countries learn to write with an axis on the left side, right? And then I think like in Arab countries, for example, write with the axis on the right. But it's not really, I guess, yeah, that's kind of how I write, I guess, on the left side, I guess. It's not really something I've ever thought about. Okay. Ooh, look at this. So now I need to sculpt again. Otherwise it's not gonna work. Unfortunately. Maybe actually I don't need to do anything. What if I just leave all the shadows and just add the most vital things? In this kind of crazy pose, it's hard to identify whether the shadows are wrong or right anyway. So I think it's fine to leave most of them as they are. And just add some, like for the soul here, for example. Or fix the offset right here, for example. Fix the offset over here. And then also fix the unnecessary shadows of the katana, for example. Here milk is 98% water with other stuff. Okay, if you buy it, then drink. It feels like health is losing health. Okay. So basically you just drinking milk, the end, like the last milk remaining after the cereal, isn't really worth it because it doesn't taste like milk anyway. So it's better to just fill it up with cereal so you can actually enjoy the entire fluid in your cup, in your bowl. In Italy, there's a restaurant which offers pizza each for 7 euros. Then there's Hawaii pizza for 100 euros. Okay, interesting. What? Just to protest about pineapple pizza? That is actually a sales trick that I think is called anchoring, where you basically have a product that you don't intend on selling and make it like super expensive. You basically make a product that you don't expect on selling, but if you sell it, you're like super pumped. So you know, your normal products, for example, would be like how much would it be? Like, I don't know, 15 to 30 bucks, for example. And then the actual product, like the big product, the one that you don't intend on selling, would be like 300 bucks or like 3,000. And the theory behind that is basically, first of all, that when you see both prices, one of them being 3,000, the other one being 30, for example, the one that's 30 seems much more acceptable than the one that is 100. I mean 3,000. So the 31 on its own would appear like more than compared to 1,000. And then also like the idea is like giving an offer to someone, giving like a $10 offer to someone that with $100 budget is better than giving someone an offer for like 10 bucks to someone that has a budget of 1,000 bucks. So if somebody is willing to pay that price, you know, you would be hyped. And you know, all you kind of have to do is to make sure that when they actually buy that super expensive thing, that they actually, you know, get value, not just, you know, put it there with no real value, just because then the lower thing, you know, makes more sense or like seems better. How old are you? 25. Okay, that's fine. Just fixing some small issues, and that should be good. This should speed up the refinement process here. And especially now, since this is once again a pose that will stay for quite a few frames, I could either just do the sculpting thing again, or just do less adjustments. And I feel like the second option is a bit easier here. The sculpting can be very annoying. It is very useful in some cases, but in general it's also quite annoying, so I like to avoid it if I can. That's not always possible, but if it is, I will gladly take it. I feel like this should be rounder. Oops. Isn't there... What? Oh, pineapple, pineapple, apple pen. What's the most embarrassing moment you've ever experienced? Huh. I either have horrible memory or I just don't... My life is fairly neutral. Let me see. It's kind of hard. I can't really think of anything. I guess once I forgot my dad's birthday, so we sat there one morning, right? On that day, it was a weekend, I think. So we just sat there, ate breakfast. You know, both my parents were expecting me to say anything, about it. Hey, happy birthday! I just didn't say anything because I didn't remember. And then once we were done, I went back to my room. Then when my dad was gone, he went somewhere. He came into my room. Was like, today's your dad's birthday, and I was like, oh my god, I actually messed up so hard. But that was the only time that I forgot about it. That was probably the most embarrassing moment that I can remember right now. I never have ever had like a public embarrassment moment where, something weird happened to me that is like embarrassing. I don't remember that happening to me. Same age? Ay. Yeah, I saw that. Somebody linked that to me on Instagram, or like tagged me in it. How there's a show, or there's like a TV show where Deadpool talks about like his dreams or whatever of being in an anime. I guess I can sort of fulfill his dream. I feel like that's kind of like an untapped potential. Like using the style of anime, or like giving like Western superhero IP, for example, to anime studios, and instead of creating normal cartoons, for example, turning some of the comic stories, for example, into anime. That would be really cool. But that hasn't really happened before, I think. Although cartoons are fairly similar to anime, I feel like anime are still a bit more expressive and eccentric. and a bit more flashy. So yeah, I don't know. It would be really cool to see. Like there's like one fight, for example, Wolverine versus Hulk. I feel like that could work really, really well as an anime too. Suicide Squad anime? Oh yeah. Is that a recent one, or was it something else? I heard that that wasn't that great. Marvel has done that before? Okay. Anime or comic? Because they can look fairly similar in some instances. Okay. Let me compare these two just to make sure that there's nothing... Oh, okay. What's the important lesson you've learned in life so far? The important lesson? I guess there's nobody only one, but the one that I always fall back on, that is like the biggest thing that I am glad that I have, I guess, or like that I always try to retain, is what's it called? Self-awareness. Like when you think about most things, I think I have like extremely high self-awareness when I like, you know, when I hear like other people, for example, or like stories from other people. For example, if I ever get mad, right? I never really get mad. And the reason for that is that I basically have like two brains, or like two people, like two voices in my head. One of them is the kind of emotional voice, and one is the logical voice. And I think that's pretty common for most people. Not necessarily voices, like, you know, not all people have like a inner monologue, but most people have two ways how they react to something. The initial reaction is emotional, so based on emotions. If somebody slaps you, you want to slap them back, just because you feel hurt, right? And you want to let them feel how you feel, for example. But if you logically think about it, you know, slapping back oftentimes doesn't really give you the result that you want. The other person then just feels hurt and wants to hurt you back because you have hurt them, right? And they want you to feel what they just, you know, initially, you know, given you, even though, you know, it doesn't really, it's like unfair theoretically, like, you know, usually like, you know, the person that starts hitting feels justified in hitting again after the other person hit back. But if you're aware, for example, of those two brains, I guess, the like in initial reaction right after something happens, right? When you react to something, the initial reaction is usually emotional, and then the longer you wait after something happens, after the initial reaction, the more the logical brain takes over. So the longer you wait, the more you can make logical decisions. The shorter you wait, the less you can do that. And self-awareness is kind of the important, crucial factor to do that, basically. So self-awareness basically means, what I mean by that is basically that whenever you do something, you always think like, oh, what am I doing right now? You know, you're always aware of what you're doing and how you feel in a moment. So for example, you would, for example, very quickly notice when you all of a sudden have like this outburst, you know, inside you that just needs to get out. Like, I don't know, you're getting angry at someone for being annoying, or you feel like this anger at someone just for something that they maybe even not have, that maybe wasn't even intended to be perceived that way. Being aware of that allows you to see, oh, currently, you know, I'm getting irrationally angry, for example. Let me wait for a bit and then, you know, think about it a bit more before I do anything irrational, right? Or anything drastic. And analyze what just happened so I can be aware of what makes me this angry and what... and I can then notice it next time to avoid it. And I feel like self-awareness is like this big thing. If you have it well developed, you don't really ever get angry anymore, for example. Because if you think about like road rage, for example, like people get angry because other people like cutting them off, for example, and then they get angry and they want to just slap them or whatever. What would come of you leaving your car, going over to the other car and like punching them? You would probably either have to pay them like damage fee or whatever, damages. Maybe you hurt them permanently. You could get hurt, your hand could break. There's nothing really great that can happen, like good for your life, that could happen when you go somewhere, rage about somebody cutting you off and, you know, going over to them and punching them in the face. The only thing that really happens is that you let off some steam, but that is like temporary. It doesn't get you anything in life. Being aware, like, but if you have like a high awareness, for example, you notice, oh, I feel like this anger coming up. You notice it quickly enough for it not to affect you too much, and you can say like, oh, currently, you know, I have this emotional outburst, for example. Let me cool down a bit, you know. Let me ride this out, right? Not do anything, but let this energy or this feeling subside. Let it out, right? In a neutral way without doing anything, like, you know, but then not really actually doing anything. And then afterwards you can kind of identify like, oh, why is this making me angry? Or just, oh, this is something that makes me angry. Like, oh, maybe you're someone that gets angry when you're talking with someone and then they get like right in your face, for example. Or you don't like when somebody's like, you know, fiddling around with their fingers in your face, for example. That makes you like angry. Being aware of that, you can like, you know, you can quickly like diffuse a lot of problematic situations. And also, it is just super helpful for your life when you are aware of what your thoughts and what you're doing and why you're doing it, because then you can much easier make like judgments on whether what you're doing currently is like useful for you and whether you should keep doing it or not. So, and yeah, the more I live life, I guess, the more I kind of see that self-awareness is like one of the big things that can save you a lot of problems in your life. So something, for example, that like a quick example that happens, for example, is that I usually laugh after I like am angry for a second. Or like I'm never angry for more like 10 seconds, for example. Except if something like crazy happens, like something big. Like if I play a game like Elden Ring, for example, and then I get frustrated at a boss, for example. I'm like frustrated for a second, but I also immediately like notice like, oh, why do I feel like this right now? And then, oh, it's just because I feel frustrated at this boss, for example. Does this really matter? Nope. Okay, well then it's kind of like irrational, like an irrational outburst, or like an unnecessary outburst. And then it's I'm back to normal at like 10 seconds. Or, you know, you also would notice then oftentimes frustration can like stack on top of each other, and then the more you do it, something, the more the angrier you get, and then at some point you just want to punch the wall, for example, because you get angrier and angrier, and you say, okay, another game, and there was like an old friend, for example, from back in the day that played Fortnite a lot and raged like crazy, okay? But he kept playing, just got angrier and angrier the more he kept playing. And then, yeah, if you have like this awareness, you see like, oh, I'm getting angry and angry. I should probably stop and then maybe pick it up later, just so I don't, you know, waste my time or like get too angry to do anything else today. Yeah, the more I live life, the more I notice or like realize that self-awareness is like one of the big things that can improve your life a lot. So, you know, practicing it and improving it is like, I think, one of the most worthwhile things you can do. And also the other thing is communication. Being able to communicate well, not only in like a group project or whatever, but also like your feelings to others and stuff, can be like a super useful tool too, to diffuse a lot of problems that otherwise could have, you know, become bigger and bigger. With like a quick chat, for example, you can oftentimes diffuse those problems. Sometimes I that's something I'm fairly bad at still, talking, you know, about something, for example, that I don't really like. But the better you are at that, the more, I think, peace you'll also find in your life. Marvel Future Avengers. Isn't that the comic version though? Where he talks about like, oh, I want to be in an anime. More anime movies, okay. Two wolves inside him. Cricket jumped on my keyboard. Why is there cricket on your keyboard? I have a... Oh, where's the fly? There it is. A fly that I caught. But crickets? Self-control. I guess that's also kind of the case. But that's kind of like the sub-skill that you learn through self... whatever it's called. Welcome, Berus. Hope you have a good day. Elden Ring was a nice game. Used to play PUBG Mobile, and then when in last moments, like 2 or 3 players left, would be, oh, the heartbeat. Yeah, some games are a bit more, like some games I stopped playing because they were a bit too, they were affecting me too much. For example, I played Rocket League a lot at some point, and I noticed that like enemy or like players when they were mad and like writing some garbage in chat to, you know, get it off their off their chest, that would kind of affect me for a bit. So I just muted, for example, team chat, just because I don't want to deal with it, and that, you know, made me better, for example. Gotta love Nogi life advice. Yeah, so I think a good way to practice it is to be aware, or like something that I like to ask myself. Like my favorite question to ask is, I guess, also like kids' favorite question is just why. So for example, if I ever do something like, oh, I'm currently just rethinking my life. I guess rethinking my life. Like currently, you know, I'm working on this. And then sometimes in my head, the question just pops up, why? Like, why am I doing this right now? Well, I like doing it for once. It also, you know, is kind of my job at this point. Or I do it for a living, you could say. It, you know, people enjoy it. It helps me. And the more you ask yourself questions like why, the more you not only understand yourself, but also then allow you to optimize what you do, because sometimes you just do something, but then you actually don't notice it. For example, you know, I heard a lot of people like, you know, that spend a lot of time on TikTok, for example, they say like, oh, I put on TikTok by, first of all, because of reflexes, like, oh, gotta go to the toilet, gotta grab my phone and look at TikTok. And then, for example, you could notice like, oh, for example, at some point I noticed, oh, I always take my phone to the toilet. Do I really need to do that? Probably not. Let's just see, for example, if I can also do it, if I can also go to the toilet without it, to kind of check, I guess, if I'm addicted to it or not. Oh yes, I can do that, good. I'm not addicted. Do I want to spend that time on the toilet, you know, watching TikTok? What happens when I do that? Oh, I spend even more time on the toilet that I could spend doing something else. Well, I guess I just don't do that anymore. So I can spend the time doing something that I would like to do more. And yeah, the more you do that, asking yourself like, oh, why do I do this? Why do I do that? You not only learn about the things that you like to do, also the things that you maybe don't like doing, or the things that you do but actually don't want to do. And slowly but surely, the more you do it, the more you can kind of optimize your life. I, for example, don't really use social media at all. Like consume social media. I still use social media, but I don't really consume it because it's just not appealing to me. Like just watching shorts, for example, all day. Maybe I'm just not the person for it, but yeah, it's just not for me. Yeah. Why is a really good question to ask yourself, like maybe once a day or so, when you do something new, for example, that you don't do that often, or when you do what you usually do every day. Both can be very useful. We're almost there. Only 4 more frames. Chat is always crazy in games. I guess it depends on the game. But yeah, when it's competitive, for sure. But usually, you know, if you kind of just let off steam by insulting your teammates, you don't really help. You're not really helping yourself. You just kind of make them more angry, make them less motivated to win. If you know, for example, just say like, hey, you know, we can do this. Not be like weird about it, but just be like, hey, you know, if somebody's like playing not that great, you could offer them like, hey, can I don't know, should I, do you want me? It's kind of always having to make sure that you let them make the decision, or like make it appear as if they have, or like make it like communicate in a way where they think like they at least think like they have the decision, they can make a decision over it, right? They have a they can have a word in the discussion. So you don't want to say like, hey, and also of course don't get personal, right? That you don't want to hit their ego. So you don't want to say like, hey, do you mind not scoring 50 own goals in every game that I'm playing with you? But rather like, hey, do you want me to, I don't know, cover your back a bit more when you're trying to block balls or whatever, for the Rocket League example, for example? And then they can say, hey, no, it's fine. Or like asking them what you could do, for example, to improve, or like what they think you could do for you to not get as many goals, or like, you know, yeah, to not get as many goals in your no, what, not lose as many goals, I guess. How would you say it when the opposite team scores a goal? I guess you would say that. Sounds kind of weird. Hitting somebody's ego is basically like an instant lose if you're trying to communicate with someone. Except if they're like very disciplined, for example, or like very not self-aware, but sure in themselves. Okay, Can you play the animation? Unfortunately not. It's the animation isn't really compiled yet, so I can't really just play it. This part is also very laggy at the moment. We will render this once I finish these last few frames, and then we can look at it. But right now, unfortunately, I can't. Four more frames and 4 hours gone. Hey, before it was 4 more frames and a whole day gone. So we sped up the process a lot since then. Not that bad anymore. Except for when I need to sculpt. But I guess that's still better than having to draw each frame manually. Wanted to say it looks great, thank you. If everyone had your mentality, we would have world peace. I don't know about that. Oh, one big thing that also helps with that, or one big thing that is also great to keep in mind, is like most of people's behavior stems from how they were raised. So, and usually, you know, if you kind of have like these two rules that you accept, or like these two things that you accept, that most things that people do stem from how they were raised. And the second one being, what was it? Oh, wait. Oh, most, like human beings being basically the same. So basically the principle is when you're born, you're like this empty sheet of paper, and then throughout your life, of course, people or like stuff happens with that sheet of paper to turn you into whatever you are now, right? So if you had lived the same life, or if you lived somebody else's life that you actually like think like, how could somebody actually do what they've done, whatever it is, if you lived the same life that they did, you would probably do the same, or like you would probably behave very similarly, except if it's like a psychopath, for example. Of course there are exceptions. Some things are like birth defects or whatever, but oftentimes most of the things that you do stem from how you were raised. And if that is the case, and you're all the same when you were born, then you would kind of behave the same way as they did, as they are doing in that moment. If you were raised, if you were living their life, if you were them, I guess. Which means that you, the question of like, how could somebody do that, kind of answers itself. Like, oh, how could somebody actually do that? You don't know, because you haven't lived their life. And usually if you understand somebody's life story, you have way more empathy for someone than before. It's like, oh, now that I finally know their story, it's much more understandable that they've done A, B, and C. if you apply that to everybody and most people that do bad stuff, for example, to you or anybody else or whatever, you would probably understand, or like you would be a lot more, not lenient, but maybe not understanding, but like less puzzled about like why somebody did something, for example. It's just like, oh, it's probably because how they were raised. I don't know how they were raised, so I can't really say whether I would have done better or worse. So I can't really say that. That's, I think, another big thing that can improve how you judge people, I guess. Also, I think one big thing with self-awareness is the self-awareness that you probably don't know your biggest mistakes until somebody told you about it. That is another important thing to keep in mind. You're the most self-aware when you're aware enough that you probably don't know your biggest faults. Or like the most annoying things that are kind of traits of you. Have you ever had a friend help you get your crush's attention? Nope. I guess that's a quick answer. Quick question answered. My friend, the only friend that I ever talked about that mainly wasn't really in my school. So they couldn't really help me. The other ones I didn't really talk about. We never really talked about that really in school. Which was kind of weird, I guess, but I guess just that was just the way it worked. I don't know. No, actually there was one. But that wasn't really my friend. One of my classmates just, I think in like 8th grade or so, like somebody told him that I liked a certain person. And then he just said, hey, he just, pulled us together and said like, hey, don't you have something to say? And then I just asked. She said no, and then that was it. I think that's the only one, but that wasn't really like a friend. Just a classmate, I guess. Okay, do I need this next one? No, nice. Oh, I missed the shoulder. It's good to think that everyone is an accumulation of the experiences and circumstances and stuff. Yeah, it's very, very, very rare that somebody is a certain way because of like some like thing they were born with. It's much, much, much more common that how your parents treated you, how your friends treated you in school, how you were treated in school and stuff, that has a bigger impact on how you act, for example, than anything else. My dad, for example, when we were eating breakfast at some point, told me about like he was working. What was he doing? I think it was cleaning like the driveway of his job. And then a person came, like a lady, and screamed at him because he was in the way, even though, you know, she was driving on the footwalk or whatever, sidewalk. There you go. And he was like super angry about it. Like, why would she just scream at me? He was like pissed about it. And then I said, you know, you don't know what she went through this morning. Like maybe she has like a, I don't know, like a very urgent meeting, for example, at work. Her car didn't work, so she had to pull out her bike out of the basement. She was already late, and then she noticed the tires are flat. She had to get to, you know, she had to pump those up again, and then she finally gets going, leaves her house, has to dodge, you know, is kind of too scared to drive on the road because there are too many like fast driving cars, switches to the sidewalk for a second, and then all of a sudden, you know, in the worst moment, because she's already feeling, you know, pissed off, my dad's standing there just, you know, brushing, or like, you know, getting leaves off the sidewalk, or like dirt or whatever, and she just, you know, was too frustrated and unjustifiably, I guess, screamed at him. But if she, for example, were to meet him again and he confronted her about it, she would probably say, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I was pissed at that point or whatever. It's never really like a personal thing, right? Most of the time people aren't really pissed at you. They're pissed at like the situation or whatever. So being aware of like other people's life being dictating most of their actions can oftentimes, yeah, make things much more understandable. My friend, for example, my mom told me that recently. He was very, very, very clingy when he was younger. So whenever we had like sport, we were both in I think we did karate together for a short bit. And my mom would always leave, you know, and then come back when it's done and pick me up. And then she noticed that his mom never left. She was always there. She was always, you know, staying there during the whole training session. And she would ask like, hey, why aren't you leaving, right? And she said, no, I can't do that. I can't do that. You know, he gets way too get upset when I leave. I can't do that. And that was just because, you know, back in the day, he's actually they adopted him because his actual parents were way too negligent and like I think also like addicted to drugs and stuff. So they never really paid any attention to him. They just put him in his little, you know, baby bed or whatever, and never really played with him or whatever. So, you know, over time he just developed this need for connection that he never got from his parents. And then with his new parents, right? He just never wanted to. He finally felt how good it felt, and you know, at that point, if you were always trying to get something, but you never got it, and then all of a sudden, you know, there's another person willing to give you that thing, you just don't want to give it up again, right? So, whenever you know that, his mother, for example, his mom would leave. He was like, no, please don't leave, please don't leave. I don't want to lose you again, for example, like if you want to make it a bit more extreme, I guess. I don't want to lose you, for example, right? I wouldn't want to feel like I lose you. And that's, for example, how some people, you know, are clingy, for example. Like how that has manifested. He's not that like that anymore, but back in the day, definitely. Or like that's what my mom told me. I don't really remember. I was too young to to notice it. Something that also helps when you're self-aware is that you notice your strengths and weaknesses. And you can, you know, optimize for those better. Which means that you probably, for example, don't leave, like finish high school, for example, then say like, oh, or like school, and then you don't know what you want to do. The earlier you, of course, start being, like noticing what your strengths are and stuff, the earlier you can kind of think of, oh, what could I do with those skills or whatever, with my preferences. What jobs would be nice? Like, what would I probably like working as? Okay, maybe it's a few more frames than just 4. But that's fine. It is Friday, we can go a bit longer. You know what? I think at this point I can also just sculpt it. Okay, that was pretty good. Sculpting works. What time is it here? It is 5 p.m. Oh. Okay, new one. If you could go back in time and give advice to your younger self about relationships, what would it be? Probably what I just said with the what is it? Either self-awareness or the, you know, people are how they were brought up. People are their environment. You have so much, you know, you act, like you interact with so many people. I think that's just like a universal thing that is useful to know. feel like when I put in, what was it? Restless Jazz? I thought there would be something different, but this is actually pretty good music. Not as restless as I thought. Oh, also, I guess that kind of applies to Blender, for example. Being self-aware also helps you learn much faster. Because you can identify what your problems are, what you can do to improve it. You can quickly notice, like, or like do different experiments, like, oh, I don't do this, I don't really do that. What if I do this? What if I do that? Do I learn better if I do this? And do experiments and stuff like that to improve on that. Oh, wait, why is the line art weird? Yeah, so that also helps. If you want to learn Blender, be self-aware. Favorite cartoons from your childhood? Easy. SpongeBob, of course. In general, if it's multiple, then probably the ones I watched the most were SpongeBob, then probably Fairly Odd Parents, or I'm Jimmy Neutron was also quite big. Otherwise, I don't really know. There were Phineas and Ferb, but that was a bit later. That was also good. Those are the big ones that I remember. SpongeBob was the biggest one. Have you ever been in a physical fight? Not like a long fight, I guess. Just like somebody tried to hit me before while I was somebody tried to hit me while I was walking, right? But somehow they missed me or something and then tripped over my leg while I was walking. And then I was basically just standing over them, like confused what just happened. And that was it. I was never somebody that like got bullied, for example. I was always pretty neutral, I guess. We also didn't have like really bullies in our class. I definitely wasn't. So I was never really in a fight, I don't think. Yeah, I can't think of any. Maybe I also have horrible memory that I just can't remember it, but I don't think so. Dragon Ball Z, Ninja Turtle, Ben 10. Yeah, those all sound like American shows. I don't think they aired here. I also only watched in the evening because I wasn't allowed to watch TV like midday. And like, morning too, I wasn't allowed. So I never watched like morning shows and the evening Only really evening shows. Maybe that's why. Maybe they were more like, oh, Beyblade, but that was a bit more. That was one anime that I actually watched, Beyblade. I don't really. It aired at some point. I don't remember when, but it was a bit later. I watched that a bit. It was fun. Actually, did I watch it or did I just watch it with somebody, like at somebody's place? I don't remember. Yu-Gi-Oh never played when I was watching. What else? Yeah, Ben 10 and stuff, never. Ninja Turtles, same. Never heard of them when I was that young. There was American Dragon that I usually watched every day too. Scooby-Doo, nope. Aladdin, nope. Avatar, The Last Air... Oh yeah, there you go, that's what I watched too. Phineas and Ferb, yep. Avatar, that was a big one too. Usually it played like in like the not evening, but like the what would you call it? The afternoon or like midday. So I wouldn't watch it usually, but sometimes there were like these marathons, Avatar marathons that I watched, where they were like just episode after episode after episode. That's something I watched mainly rather than the individual episodes. Dragon Ball Z's American? No, it's just like Ben 10 and stuff. In terms of like what I've heard always like American people say that they've watched. Dragon Ball, I think Dragon Ball aired, I never watched anime when I was younger. I think I just never, either you had to subscribe to the anime channel or I just never, either I wasn't interested or it just always played when I wasn't allowed to watch. One of those three. Okay, one more frame. Okay. This one can be dark. Bam, okay. American Dragon is a deep cut. Yeah. Unfortunately, they changed the style at some point to something way worse. He turned into, from this muscular Chad dragon to this scrawny, thin little dragon worm thing. That made it way worse. But I still watched it. Oh, Kim Possible. That's the big one that I watched. I forgot about that one. That's one I watched every day, I think. That always played when I was allowed to watch. What is happening here? Why is the shoe looking so weird? It looks like somebody drew over it. There you go. I think the rest look... Oh, no, this arm looks weird. There you go. Okay. Okay, that should be good. Nope, the leg. Let's extend this and then we should be good here. Perfect. Okay. Ta-da! Let's actually we're gonna extend this too. Okay. So it is done finally. Time to render it. Everything enabled? I think so. Do I have a rim light here? Probably not. I don't think so. Save it. Render it. Okay. Moomin? What is Moomin? Welcome, Alan. Hope you have a good day. Beyblade was top notch. Used to buy the toy and do Beyblade fights with friends in kitchen round shape. Yeah, I never bought one myself, but I remember like the Pegasus Beyblade having like this different tip than the other ones and spinning in the different direction. That's why it was so strong and stuff. Why am I so bright now? I increased the brightness, but now it's too bright. Hold on. Boom. Oh my god, that's so dark. Hold on. Oh no, it actually set it as default. I guess that's better. Just a tiny change. Okay. Is this based on the new movie? I guess sort of. Yeah. It's not like it just has the same character. It's not necessarily like based on a scene or whatever. There was a meme face of someone watching Top. What is Top? That's what it feels right now watching that angle of Deadpool. Popeye? No. I know of Popeye, but I've never watched it. If only the dragon transformation was reversed. You mean the style? Yeah, I never watched Popeye, but I always knew it. Kinda Next Door, never heard of it. Maybe, hold on. Kids Next Door, you mean? Oh, there was another one. What was that one? Oh no, I would never watch that one. The one where you have the school kids and the movie, I mean the episodes were all only during the school breaks. School break kids show. Recess, there you go. Recess, that's the one I watched too. This one. Oops. Ah, it's not an image. This one. This one I watched a lot too. With Gus. I don't even know the other ones. I just know this dude. I don't know why. Because the name is so weird. This guy actually reminds me of a friend that I had back in the day. Do you enjoy singing? Not really. How often do you sing? Never. Well, I sing when I listen to music sometimes, but not loud. Favorite type of music? I guess music that is easy to sing to. I don't really have a specific... I guess if it has good flow, I like it to sing with it. Favorite singer? Not really. Have you ever taken singing lessons? Nope. So many singing questions. Inspector Gadget, never heard of it. Well, I know it, but I never watched it. Powerpuff Girls. I think. Oh, there was also the other one that I haven't really. Powerpuff Girls, and then the other one I haven't really watched that much. It's the one with the robot girl, with like the blue spiky ponytails, no pigtails. Blue robot girl kids show. Teenage Robot. There you go. This one. There you go. I watched that one a little bit, but not too much. Fusion Fall, never heard of it. Johnny Test. I think I. Oh yeah, wasn't that the one? With the dude with the white hair? No, that was another one. I didn't watch that one. I watched Johnny Phantom. Was it Johnny? I don't know which name it was, but something like that. Okay, but we finally finished the animation. Let's look at the final result. Scene. What scene is it again? 16. This one. Yeah, that would look so much better with the lines right here. Adds just a bit more detail. Also with those lines there, that's another good way to do it, I guess. Another good technique to add lines. Just duplicating. Oh, you can see some shaking there, but that's fine. Oh, that's actually something I should probably fix. 32. There's some wobbliness up here, but it's not that bad. The biggest thing is just this shadow up there that I probably want to remove. 32. And then we should be good. I just forgot about it. Okay. There you go. Easy. Anything else? Let's see. Oh. Let's check again. Oh, wait, that's 32, right? Yes. It's a bit wonky up there, but it's not that bad, so I don't think I need to adjust it. I think once, yeah, now that I've removed that frame, I think it's fine. And then these two, of course, are pretty simple anyway. Okay, good. Render it again. Why not the whole thing? And then we are done. Looney Tunes. Oh, there was another one. The show, the one Cat Dog that played sometimes. You have an estimate of when you'll finish the animation? Probably Monday or Tuesday. Is this 2D or 3D rendered in 2D? 3D rendered in 2D. Can he see the chat? No, I cannot. I'm imagining the comments. Adventure Time, never heard of it. Well, never watched it. I don't think it actually played over here. Hello. I think it's still rendering. It's just maybe rendering all frames again is not the best idea. Okay. Come on. Courage the Cowardly Dog. Wasn't that the blue one? No, that's Blue's Clues. What was that one again? I don't remember that one. Most of the shows I only really discovered when people talked about it. later on. Oh no, I never watched that. Oops. Simpsons I also never watched because it usually just played in the like midday. Who here has watched the first SpongeBob movie? Hold on, let me pull it up. Made in like 19 not 19. Like 2002 or so. No, I would have been 3 then. 2000 like 7 or so. There it is. This one. This scene. Who knows this scene? Oh no. Were they drying out? And imagining what they could have done and stuff. With David Hasselhoff, hold on. David Hasselhoff scene. There he is. What a man. When was this released? 1 month ago? That doesn't really sound right. Who are you? I'm David Hasselhoff. Wow. This isn't the best part. Hold on. Okay. Faster. There you go. Yeah. Who remembers? It actually still looks pretty good. Like in terms of like quality, it still looks pretty good. When was this made? The SpongeBob SquarePants movie. Uh, 2004. I was 5 when I watched the movie. There you go. Watched all of them. Oh, I've only watched that one, not the newer ones. The new one is so awful. Yeah, I've watched at some point. Stopped watching, so I don't know any of the new stuff. The scene, yeah, and then let's see if the chest squeeze is in here too. Oh, there's the nemesis trying to keep up, trying to get the crown. Oh, who is that? Oh, the evil. I don't know what his name is. Hold on, let's see. Where's the scene? They're fighting a bit. He's stabbing him. What is happening here? Oh, okay. Is it here? Hold on. There it is. I think. Yes. The chest transformation. To launch them further, I think. Something like that. Ooh. Ooh. I wonder how they did that. Ooh. Because they need to go fast right to him. He needs to get his crown back. And... boom. There you go. Yep, that was the movie. Still good. It actually still looks surprisingly good. It looks like it hasn't really aged at all. The new ones, of course, like I think like 3D animated. But this one was made pretty well. Yeah, there you go. Okay, another scene done. I'm probably gonna finish the next one. Let's look at it again. So here's the one that we finished today. Ooh. Right? And then the next one is him basically running, but look at this. This is the next one. But the good thing is, this shot is only made out of 5, I think, frames. It's just basically like a looping animation, so I can basically copy the beginning frames to the rest of the animation. So this should actually be fairly easy to do. Same with the next shot, which is this one of Wolverine running. Basically the same. Pretty simple stuff. Yeah. So that's what I'm gonna do off stream. I'm gonna be back on Monday, not on tomorrow or whatever. Also, somebody asked if this is 3D. Yes, it is. Here it is. Ta-da! Yeah, so we will be back on Monday. Hold on. Here you go. You can see I always start at 12 AM my time, which is this for you. There you go. Wherever you are. Yeah. New Netflix one is bad. Okay. How did you get your start in 3D? I watched the Blender beginner tutorial on the Blender's channel. Yeah, and at that point we should be pretty good, pretty much done. Maybe there's 1 or 2 more scenes we need to finish on Monday, but at least on Tuesday we should have all scenes done. And then we need to just render them out in individual layers. And then, yeah, we can do compositing. So next week should definitely be the final version of it. And then the editing begins. But, you know, on Monday I'm gonna be back. This time, wherever you are. If you enjoyed today, hope you enjoyed today's stream. Maybe you learned something new. Maybe you got inspired to do, I don't know, your own animation. If you want to see more of what I do, you can check out my videos on this channel, I guess, or, you know, stuff in the description. If you want to know when I go live, you can also join the Discord, where you can ask questions or get feedback or get notified when I go live, or there's a new video. Yeah. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend. Hope you have something cool planned. Maybe excited for the weekend. The video will probably be, you know, usually editing the video will take like 10 more days. So probably in week 3 of next month, it's going to be done. Like out, right? Release the video. Yeah. So hope you have a good weekend. Thank you for watching. Maybe I'll see you next time. See ya.